We all ready? Thank you. Thank you all. Welcome to the initial public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2022 to 2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands of which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders, past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal people and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Minister Dr. Geoff and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of corrections. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations from any position in the room and by any member of the public from any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material. This is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the Secretariat. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if there is more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the accompanying officers that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? Thank you. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Lee, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would also like to remind Mr Michael Tidball and Mr Brendan Thomas that you do not need to be sworn as you have already been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. For all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency, swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both, the oath and affirmation, are on the cards in the table, on the cards on the table in front of you. If we could please begin with the witness first to my left.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Leon Taylor. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Corrections Industry and Capacity. I'll swear the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Kevin Corcoran. I'm the Commissioner of Corrective Services, New South Wales, and I'll swear an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Crawford. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Community Corrections, Corrective Services New South Wales, and I would like to affirm, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Galouzis. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Offender Management and Programs with Corrective Services New South Wales. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:30am to 12:45pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:15pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you for your attendance today, and we will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all again. And good morning to all of the hardworking, fantastic corrections officers who I know tune in to these hearings, because they always tell me that they do. So good morning to all of you who are listening. I'm going to start actually with asking about whether any of your facilities are affected by the floods, given what's going on across New South Wales. Are there any facilities currently facing any issues with what's going on with the weather?
I'll start off. Thank you, Tara. And can I just start off by apologising to the committee about my last time, my appearance at estimates, that I had an unfortunate accident at home and I was in hospital. It happened on the Saturday, and then by the Monday I was still in hospital and I didn't get out. But I'm all fighting fit, nothing to worry about now.
Happy to have you.
Yeah,
Despite
thank you, Tara.
being medicated.
Certainly, I'll let Commissioner Corcoran give you the latest update.
Yes, the latest update is that we still have emu plains closed at the moment, and the floods are impacting that particular area. Also, the Moree court cells is an issue at the moment, but everything else is functioning as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully it stays that way. Thanks. Okay, so next up I'm going to ask about contraband. I want to know how it's possible that mobile phones are getting into our prisons and how they are being accessed by inmates. What's going on?
Well, obviously, can I say that contraband remains to be a persistent problem within our centres at all times, and we do everything we possibly can to prevent any contraband, whether it's mobile phones or other items, to come into our jails. Can I say that that's a good thing that was done prior to my becoming minister was the use of the body scanners, which I think are a non-intrusive way or less intrusive way than strip searching. And that's been rolled out to many of our facilities, which I think has done an excellent job at being able to detect even the smallest items coming in there that shouldn't be detected. But obviously, from time to time, there are problems, whether people throw it over the fence, whether people manage to avoid it by young children, for instance, bringing it in. I noticed that we've even gone to the significant lengths of even photocopying people's mail, except for their legal mail, even the birthday cards and Christmas cards, because they were smuggling stuff in during that way. So there's quite significant ways.
Yeah, and I'm interested in sort of teasing out all of those things in more detail, but phones to start with. I mean, are they coming in one piece? Are they coming in bits and pieces? How are they coming in? How are phones coming in specifically?
Can I say to you, I'll ask the Commissioner to give your learned advice about mobile phones, and of course we do detect them from time to time with our searches.
Yes, that's correct. Thanks, Minister. Yeah, they do come in for a variety of means. So, for example, things can be thrown over fences. Things can come in through visits. As we've reintroduced visits, we've noticed that there's been an increase in contraband coming in, drugs and mobile phones. But we do have new technologies, which is really making an impact on people bringing contraband in through visits. We've done around 100,000 searches with the new X-ray body scanners, transmission X-ray body scanners, which has significantly, I think, reduced the amount of contraband able to come into facilities.
Yeah, so and I'm interested to hear more about that as well, but just sticking with the phones for the moment. So as of about roughly a month ago, I understand there were about 94 phones found. Have there been more found since then? I mean, 2 years ago there were nearly 300.
Yeah.
So are we checking for them properly, or what are the current numbers?
I'll have to take that one on notice. We don't have that number in my document, sorry.
But so about a month ago, you would be well aware that there was a story about a couple of inmates who were making TikTok videos from their cells. I mean, how is that possible, first of all? how do they get the phone? How do they access the internet? How did that happen?
Okay, so how they get the phone is through drops over the fence and inmate visitors and possibly other methods that are used with material coming into correctional centres. Now, we can't, make sure that we guarantee everything coming in. We X-ray a lot of things coming into the prison, but, it's not 100% guarantee that we'll find everything.
But, I mean, there was a guy in Parklea who had a phone, was broadcasting TikTok videos to his over 11,000 followers. He posted a number of videos before he was caught. Like, how is that possible?
Well, it's possible because they are able to access the internet with phones. So once they get a phone in, they can access the internet.
And so how are they able to access the internet? Because you've been trialling blocking technology from memory since 2013.
Yes.
So why is that not rolled out across the whole system?
That technology is only in 2 facilities at the moment, Lithgow and the Goulburn facility. And, we're examining other methodologies which we can use to intercept phones. I've got my security people working on it at the moment. It's an incredibly expensive operation, to block mobile phones. And if we were to roll that out right across the system, we'd be up for significant ongoing maintenance costs. And every time we get a new, what would you call it? New generation of... we have to then upgrade the technology. So incredibly expensive if we were going to roll that across the whole system. So we are concerned about that, and we are looking at whether we can come up with some other form of technology that would be a lot cheaper that we could roll out.
Sure, but surely the Minister can help you with that expense because, I mean, you know what my follow-up question is going to be here. It's all well and good for one man to be filming TikTok videos, but what else are these phones being used for? Are people contacting victims? Are they contacting their families? Are they conducting business?
Well, probably all of the above, but that's the reason we are going all out to try and prevent phones from getting in, number one, through those new technologies we put in place, and trying to detect phones whilst they're in the centres, because a lot of times they will hide them internally, and now we've got the technology to actually find them.
Can I say, for the benefit of the committee and specifically for you, Tara, that we're more than happy. I think during this session we'll get the details on that specific Parklea incident from memory, and that's why I'd like to be able to give it back to the committee. I think that was a historical case. That TikTok video being put out there was done a number of years ago. It hasn't been a recent occasion, but I'm more than happy if one of the people can get that. I don't think it's been a recent one. I think it's 2 years old.
I think that one's more recent, but there was another person at Goulburn who, he's out now as I understand it, but he's reported that he made an entire rap album and posted it online from Goulburn.
If we can't get it
incident.
Today, I'm more than happy to take it on notice and report on those specific incidents. I just think there's a historical nature to some of those comments in the media, and I saw that in the media as well. And obviously, we were concerned at that time.
And I mean, look, I'm asking about, again, TikTok videos, but really there's much more serious concerns about these phones. Social media is one thing, making rap music and being able to broadcast an entire album from your cell is pretty crazy, but that's another thing. But if people have access to mobile phones, can you guarantee that they're not calling their victims or calling witnesses if they're on remand or conducting criminal activities via prison?
Obviously, mobile phones pose a significant security risk, and I can just say that the officers that I've seen, the targeted searchers, have been able to locate many of those phone and other contraband items as they do their searches. And I think that's one of the benefits of those body scanners, is to eliminate significant numbers of pieces of contraband coming in. But there are lots of other ways that people are very ingenious these days, especially when they've got a lot of times on their hands. But we'll do everything we can.
Sure. So, I'm interested in getting the numbers of the phones, which I think you've already taken on notice.
Yes.
But I did just ask, can you guarantee that there aren't phones being used to contact victims or witnesses or conduct illegal activity from inside of prisons?
Obviously, I can't personally guarantee that things won't get smuggled in, whether there are any contraband items. That, as I said, that there's multiple ways that people can get them in. As the Commissioner said, you can smuggle them in through visitations, you can smuggle them in throwing things over the fence. People can have drops, in public areas or not so public areas. So there are various ways, but we'll do everything we possibly can to make sure that we try and eliminate as far as possible. And as I said, we've gone to the extreme lengths, and I think they're extreme. I think it was before my time where we photocopy people's correspondence. They're even at the point now where we're seeing fake legal advice, which is privileged, coming in with contraband in there. So they fake the solicitor's letters, and then they're smuggling stuff in there. But in terms of social media...
look, I accept that you're working on trying to capture this stuff before it comes in, and I get that people are very creative about how they try and get this stuff in. I think you should be doing more to stop it from getting in, given that mobile phones are being used. But my question was, can you guarantee that these phones are not being used right now to conduct criminal activity from inside of prison?
No, obviously I can't guarantee you, because how can I guarantee? We want to try and stop every single piece of contraband coming in, mobile phones included, and we'll do everything we possibly can within our operations to prevent any contraband, whether it's mobile phones. And of course, I agree with you that mobile phones pose a risk to see whether they're harassing their victims or organised crime or doing all sorts of other unsavoury things, but certainly we'll do everything we can.
And so I've just go back to the Commissioner's answer about about blocking technology or other technologies. I mean, I understand that would be expensive. Minister, are you doing anything to help fund that?
Well, as a security risk and an expert, that the Commissioner has provided advice to me in terms of 3 of our centres that actually have blocking at the moment. Two. But the cost effectiveness, and I'll let the Commissioner talk about it, but the cost effectiveness of blocking technology is prohibited and outweighs the benefit of that, that we're better off doing other forms of monitoring and stopping contraband coming in. I'll let the Commissioner talk about it. We've considered this, and it sounds a simple solution, but it isn't so simple. But
so I understand it's been on trial essentially since 2013 at Lithgow and is it Goulburn?
Goulburn, yes.
Right. So I assume it's working at those 2 facilities, or is it not? Or
it works in the cells in the areas that the actual blocking technology is placed, but once you get out of the cells into yards and so forth, then it's a problem. So there's still phones being found in those areas. But we're looking at all sorts of other things to deal with this. We've been working with a private company to develop, and a university to develop technology to enable us to detect small objects coming over fences. This is a world first, and it's using radar, and we're pretty much finished the trial. In fact, I might just ask Assistant Commissioner Taylor just to talk a little bit about that aspect.
So we have been trialling a number of technologies to address the problem of contraband introduction, which is a challenge for every correctional jurisdiction. And the mobile phone detection is a technology that was trialled in New South Wales. It doesn't exist in other jurisdictions, nor overseas that we're aware of. And the other technology that the Commissioner mentioned, we developed ourselves, and that technology is deployed into 2 of our correctional centres. There's quite a bit of interest in that technology by other jurisdictions, and the benefit of that technology is it was developed in New South Wales. We actually use inmates, as just a side comment, we use inmates to assemble that technology and get them involved in a high-tech industry within prison, and that technology now exists at a couple of our centres. We're about to roll it out to 2 others, and that captures small objects that are thrown over the fence, like mobile phones, and our ability to detect mobile phones inside the walls and also that comes over the fence are now assisted by the technologies of the X-ray body scanners and the over-the-fence radar.
And can that technology find SIM cards, including your body scanners?
The body scanners
can, and something thrown over the wall in a golf ball or a tennis ball, and the other usual methods that things like SIM cards come over. Absolutely.
So what else is let me ask about other contraband. So I understand you've talked about the mail, and I understand that's an issue with drugs, but what other contraband have you found? And you can take this on notice, but if you've got it, numbers. I would appreciate numbers, for example, of drugs that you found, weapons.
Yeah, well, I'd have to take that on notice if it's drugs and weapons you're looking at.
All kinds of contraband.
All
I'd like
kinds of contraband.
details of all of it.
Sure.
Oh,
Yes,
can
we
you-
certainly
can you give us
can.
some-
And
some information now?
we do thousands of searches a year, so obviously there's a lot of.
But I'm sure you record what you find, and I'm sure there's details that you can provide.
We absolutely
Happy
do.
to take it on notice. Tara.
Sure. The numbers.
Just
you
so
can
they
take on
give you the
notice.
numbers, that's all.
Sure. But what other things have you found over the course of, say, the last year?
Yes, certainly tobacco is very popular as a contraband, and just drugs in general. I guess the drug of choice at the moment is buprenorphine strips. They're very, very difficult to detect, but we have had some success with the X-ray body scanners in detecting visitors bringing buprenorphine strips into facilities.
USBs for some reason. I don't know why they bring USBs. in.
USBs, yeah.
If they don't have a computer, it's pretty hard to use a USB, I would have thought.
There's all sorts of things that are, smuggled in or made in prison, and we find searches. We also have dogs that can sniff out mobile phones as well. So, we're doing absolutely everything we can to make prisons as safer place as possible for staff and inmates.
So what are the kinds of things that are being made? There's what a better way of describing it? Homebrew, in terms of alcohol or drug product, and then I'll come to weapons after that. But
yes, that doesn't seem to be featuring too much, the alcoholic brews in fines, but certainly the weapons, that they make internally, to protect themselves.
and what are some examples?
Well, they use generally iron bars that are sharpened at the end. Toothbrush, yeah. Anything they can get their hands on to make a weapon.
And so can you tell me some circumstances where those have been found just over the course of last year? Again, you'll give me numbers and details on notice, which I appreciate.
Well, we do searches in every correctional centre, and we've got staff that search every day in correctional centres and do a really good job. We also got the security operations group, which are a specialist group that come in to conduct searches with dogs and targeted searches. So we've got an intelligence group, which... We've got an intelligence group which enables us to identify particular individuals who might be holding contraband, and then we do targeted searches. I have some numbers for you.
Great.
That we've done 41,704 intelligence-based search operations.
This is this year?
In 2021.
2021.
And in 21-22, we conducted 22,158. 293 visitors to correctional centres were searched by the Security Operations Group. And they do that outside with dogs and run the dogs past the visitors.
Is that before or after X-ray scanners, or is it random?
It's random. It continues on with the X-ray body scanners. Of those visits, 34 visitors were denied entry in 2021-22, and 24 were charged by police. We have 31 search and detection dogs in use that look after phone detection. There's one phone detection dog, 7 multi-purpose dogs, and 23 passive alert detection dogs.
And where are they spread out over different facilities?
Yeah, spread out over the state. The Security Operations Group has regional bases as well as a metropolitan base.
And searches of cells, that's presumably random, or is that intelligent?
Random.
And intelligence
It's random and targeted.
So I might be able to assist Ms Morati. So in every wing across the state, and there are hundreds of wings, the system generates the number of cells to be searched each day on random. It's a minimum of 6. Those cells are searched by staff thoroughly every day, a minimum of 6 in every of our hundreds of wings across the state as a minimum, and they're recorded in our system, every find and every cell that's searched. That that something isn't found.
Thanks. No time. Happy to keep going.
Okay, thank you. It's me. Minister, last week the inspectors from the UN were denied access to our prisons. Are you concerned that our prisons don't meet the UN minimum standards?
Can I say that you're absolutely right? Last week we did deny the OPCAT inspectors entry to some of our facilities, or one particular Queanbeyan facility. I think it was a courthouse cells. Can I say that in principle we support the objectives of OPCAT, and this government will continue to work with the federal government in reaching a solution to that over time. We're concerned at the moment we haven't been able to reach a landing point where we are happy with its operational security and funding negotiations with the federal government. And until we do that, we will continue to not allow the UN inspectors to look at it. But I have every faith in our custodial facilities. And can I say we already have very strong for the committee oversight in terms of our custodial facilities. We have, for instance, the Inspector of Custodial Services, an independent body that actually looks at all of our custodial facilities and make reports on those facilities, and they're legislated in terms of that and their oversight. And the inspector is very thorough, and I've met a number of times with the inspector about their recommendations about what we do. We also have the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman is able to investigate specific complaints at different times. We have the Auditor General. All of these are independent. And in addition, we have our own professional standards branch that investigates our own officers if there's any allegations put forward. We have very well trained staff throughout our centres. I think it's a system where we actually aim to help people change their behaviours. We have many different programs of cognitive behavioural therapies that allows us to give people the skills that they may need for their future so they can get out and get a job. It allows them work experience, but it also allows them to change their behaviours and how they think so that when they do get out, they don't actually re-offend. But I'm very confident. I've been to many of our correctional facilities. We were trying to add it up this morning. I think we got to about 20 today about the different correctional facilities I've actually visited and have a look. I'm very satisfied with the professional conduct of our officers. And as I said, they do a terrific job in cases where it is very difficult sometimes. I mean, let's not forget we're housing some of the most dangerous, worst criminals. These are murderers, these are terrorists, these are pedophiles, these are, there's some really bad people in there. Whilst the majority just want to serve their time and get out, most of them, there were very few of them, but you don't know when it's going to happen. Many of them have drug addiction issues, alcohol addiction issues, comorbidity of alcohol, drugs, mental health, and a whole range of different issues that affect their lives, so that there are some very deeply troubled people in our system. And I guess you wouldn't have troubles, you wouldn't be in our system if you didn't have deep troubles in your life. But certainly one of our priorities is to reduce reoffending, and we're going to continue. It's a Premier's priority. So yes, to answer your question, I'd say yes, I have every confidence in our correctional facilities that they meet and in many times often exceed those of many other countries. And I'd say that we have some of the best correctional facilities in the whole world in New South Wales. And I was just in Tasmania at our conference and talking to the other states and jurisdictions, which we can learn.
Thank you, Minister. I have such limited time. Do you mind if I interrupt? Thank you.
No
you have
problem.
answered my
Just
question.
confidence.
Thank you very much. Who made the decision that the UN officials wouldn't be allowed access?
Well, I certainly, there was a government decision. I think it was a cabinet decision that we allowed. I'd like the Secretary to talk about that process.
Just very briefly, who made the decision, Mr. Tipple, if you are aware of that?
My response would, Ms Hickinson, be a policy response and decision of government, and I'm happy to speak to the chronology of that, but immediately the decision is in keeping with a correspondence issued by my predecessor to the Secretary of the Commonwealth, thank you, Attorney General's Department on the 21st of February 2020, which indicated that until such time as the operational and funding issues were resolved, that visits would not take place.
Thank you. So just to confirm, we actually have a policy in New South Wales that we won't allow UN inspectors to undertake their routine inspections of our facilities.
No, the protocol is not scheduled to be operational until, from memory, the 21st of January, 20th of January 2023. So this is a process of preliminary steps being worked for the implementation of the protocol.
Okay, thank you.
And can I
Minister,
say, Chair, can I
what
just
is our
say-
concerns?
can I
Why
ju-
did we form this policy, and what was our concerns around that in terms of costs? What are the cost implications that you're concerned about?
Well, certainly, firstly, is the security of the people. Secondly, is the operations.
Sorry, the security of which people?
Of our system, of our correctional facilities. We operate a very large
Sorry,
correctional facility.
you mean the staff of the correctional
I'm saying
facility?
the good order of the centres that we actually run. We actually run 36 different facilities right across the state. The number one concern is keeping everybody safe, whether it's our staff safe, which is our priority, whether it's the inmates safe, and the good order of those operations. And that goes to the security of those operations. Can I say that in answer to your first question, there is no policy. Mr. Tibble was quite right. We're before our time as Secretary or Minister. We're working with the federal government at finding a resolution, a satisfactory resolution to that agreement. I took it the view that they should not be allowed in until we reach that satisfactory response in terms of security, operational, and funding arrangements, and we will continue to not let them in until we actually reach those levels of agreement and satisfaction to our system. You know, we have to run the good order of something like 12,600 prisoners a day that we look after, and we're not going to be compromised and be dictated to by an unelected body. Yes, and I started off by saying we're more than happy to support the principles and support the agreement as long as we can work out.
Sorry, Minister,
with
that's
the
very
federal
inconsistent with your view that you want an ombudsman, an auditor general. On 2GB last week, you said that these people should be off to Iran looking for human
100%
rights
they
violations.
should be off. Yeah, you know, these are unelected body. They're coming in to try and pick.
So, Minister, are you
to pick
actually
on us.
telling us here that you don't think we should be under the purview of
No, I think
the inspection of the
what
United
I was
Nations?
trying to say, and if maybe I was unclear then, but I'm saying that I think the UN has much better things to do than try and find spurious issues with our correctional facilities, considering that they have places like Iran where there is torture. And in fact, can I say that
Minister, are you aware Iran's not a signature to this convention, but we are?
Can I say maybe the UN's job is to actually look at those issues? I'm saying we're more than happy in principle, and I said it when I first started, we're more than happy as long as we reach an agreement with a satisfactory agreement with the federal government. Now, the federal government did sign it up, and they said that they would consult and work with us. Now, we haven't reached that point. So I think their positions are very consistent. I think that, you know, for me anyway, those comments were made to say that there are bigger problems in the world than looking at our professional correctional facilities. What I'm worried about is things like them coming back and saying our white bread is sliced too thinly, or our stairs are too narrow, or we should have blinds on our cells to give the inmates more privacy. Now, these are, you know...
Are these not important matters?
Well... No, I would suggest
they're in
you these are
accordance with the standards?
These are trivial matters where we're trying to stop or not have any torture, which is their objectives, or cruelty or torture within our facilities. And can I say, I've been to close to 20 different facilities, and I have not seen any evidence. And I have every faith in our 6,500 correctional officers that do a magnificent job about keeping the community safe. You know, what you're saying is our officers, you shouldn't downgrade it. Our officers, they work in a fantastic manner. And I said, The reason why we have these oversight bodies, and it was this government, well, it was a previous government in 2012, a coalition government that actually brought in the Inspector of Custodial Service, an independent body to look at our facilities on an ongoing basis, an independent agency to look at those issues if they occur and when they occur and make corrections and make suggestions about how we better do it. So I'm very satisfied that at the moment the system works well, is professionally managed, and our priority is the good and safe order of our facilities.
Thank you, Minister. How do you reconcile that with the letter you received from many other people received and people around this particular table received, that was addressed to the Commissioner for Corrective Services, that was dated the 22nd of June, that was from a group of correctional officers writing to you directly about the practices and conditions at the Goulburn Correctional Facility?
Well, can I just have a look at that copy? I just don't have a copy of that letter.
I think that was an anonymous letter.
It was an anonymous letter for all of the obvious reasons, signed off by a group of people who work in that facility. And I'm sure, Minister, you would agree with me that in no uncertain
Show me the letter.
terms,
I can
in no
then
uncertain
make a
terms, it
comment.
is shocking and harrowing.
Well, can I have a look at the letter? I've asked to have a look at the letter. I think it's only fair that I get the opportunity to have a look at the letter you're referring to.
It was addressed to you, Minister.
Well, may I have a look? With all due respect.
I think one of your staff members is assisting you there.
Well, if you show me a copy of the letter, I don't have the copy of the letter, so if you show me the letter, I can make comment. I'm more than happy to make comment.
It's very harrowing, Minister, and it talks about terrible conditions, about inadequate shower facilities, toilet facilities, the stress of inmates. And this is coming from one of our trusted staff members, well, a group of them, Minister. The question really goes to, you know, in these sort of circumstances, would you not think that we should be allowing external inspectors to come in, and that degree of transparency would be in the absolute best interests of everybody in New South Wales?
Can I? Can I just mention that there's been a recent report on Goulburn by the Inspector of Custodial Services which raised many of these issues, and these are issues which we're actively addressing. I also sent a message to some senior people that anybody who wants to speak to me individually about any of these issues that were raised in this letter could speak to me. I think it's 5 or 6 individuals have come forward and spoken to me about things there. So we are actively looking at how we address those issues at the moment. So
thank you,
this
Commissioner.
is not,
Minister, does it concern you?
Of course. Any issues raised with me, there's a due process we put them through. It's good that we want to encourage people to come forward. I think my record in terms of encouraging people to come forward with any issues. In fact, as I said, that the 20 different facilities, I often I try and make it a point just about every single one that I go and talk to the staff and they can ask me any question they want. With regard to this specific anonymous complaint, from memory, and I'll ask my staff to check, but I'm certainly, from memory anyway, we sent it off to the Commissioner in your office to thoroughly investigate those issues, and I think the Commissioner's just outlined those issues. But certainly, as he said, that we have the Inspector of Custodial Services looking at that, providing a report. Where we can do better, we will do better. I'm more than happy to do that. I don't think we're perfect. And in a system so large as ours, you can never get it perfect. But what we've got to do is try every day to become more and more professional. But as I said, we have 6,500 staff in our custodial system that operate very well. And from time to time, issues will happen. And what we want to do is learn from those past mistakes and actually get better at what we're going to do.
Thank you, Minister. Do you recognise that the very letter goes to the heart of the need for the anonymous complaint, that this is more that there are significant issues raised? One is the culture which is so deeply entrenched, suggesting that we're going back to the 1800s in terms of culture and punishment, and therefore the need for the anonymous complaints made, and that just rocking up to a facility and talking to people is not going to change culture. And then the second part is that letter just addresses some of the most basic, almost unbelievable concerns about facilities. Things that if a UN inspector would look at, would realise that we don't actually reach the minimum international standards, such as showers only outside, toilets that are shared facilities in an entirely communal space. Do you accept this is really problematic?
Can I say that a first thing to do, and I'll let the Commissioner talk I'll ask him, but in first to say that, as I said, that our staff do a magnificent job. They keep the community safe. They're the ones that look after some pretty awful people. Can I say they do their best in sometimes trying situations? Can we do better in terms of developing culture? Of course we can. Every modern organisation needs to evolve to suit their situation. I think the problem stems from, or the issues that raised in that letter stems from a few issues, and number one is particularly is that parts of the Goulburn facilities are very old, and that we will continue to look at, and that's a consideration of Cabinet to upgrading those facilities, but it is a very old facility. And that we have some limitations in terms of its as you said, the outdoor showers are not good, and we want to try and modernise those, but obviously that's a decision. Just before your time and before my time, actually, I think this government spent $3.8 billion on upgrading some over 6,000 cells and retiring another 2,500. You'll understand from such a big system that from time to time you have to retire those old cells and those old facilities that have reached their life expectancy. Some of them should have been retired a lot longer ago. But we'll continue to do that. No, I agree. Absolutely. We should retire those cells as quickly as we can.
Are you working hard in Cabinet to advocate that position, that we've got facilities that probably don't meet the UN standards?
I think that's the duty of every minister to argue more funding for their portfolio, especially important issues like the facilities. And we're currently working through that process, but I'll continue to work as hard as I can. I think this year's been a good year for us in terms of a record funding, $2.5 billion. 189 from memory, $189 million worth of capital expenditure, looking at a whole range right across of our facilities, but these things are very expensive, and I'll give credit to my predecessor, Minister Elliott, who now I think, as of the weekend, is going to retire from politics.
That he is.
$3.8 billion on refurbishment.
Minister, thank you, Minister. Do you accept that we have a actual live duty of care for all of these terrible people that you say are in the system?
Well, I'm saying that, yeah, of course we have, and we're legislated and we treat them with a humane, safe way as best we can at all times. Instances do occur from time to time. But can I say that in the vast 99.99% of the time we try and do the right thing, but it's a very hard population to deal with. I'll let maybe the Commissioner can talk about, the lengths that we go to treat people with respect and dignity. It's great to see that the training reinforces that, the initial training.
Minister, I'm just about to run out of time. Based on what you just said in terms of the facilities in quite chronic need of upgrading, some of them are very, very old, is that fair then to conclude that some of them wouldn't quite meet the UN standards, the most basic standards?
I haven't looked at their...
You haven't looked at the UN basic standards that we're signed up to?
No,
and that we're denying the inspectors to come and look in your facilities under your watch? Can I
just say that the federal government signed up to those, and we're in negotiations, as I said, between the state and the federal government about those facilities. But I'm more than happy for the Assistant Commissioner, Leon, to talk. Is it Leon the right one to talk about?
If I might just, before I hand over to Assistant Commissioner Taylor, this is something I'm very concerned about. We did get a report from the Inspector of Custodial Services which highlighted the fact that these facilities are inadequate. You know, we've got our own standards and, you know, they don't meet those standards. So, yeah, we're actively pursuing that at the moment. I've had
Commissioner,
Assistant
how many
Commissioner.
people are held at Goulburn at the moment?
I think in that older part,
Yeah.
it's you know, getting close to. Obviously, numbers vary. Getting close to 400 and
400 people being kept in substandard, according to your standards, substandard conditions.
So we need to.
And yet we're seeking to rehabilitate these people?
Yeah, it is very, very difficult because those conditions are really not conducive to
Rehabilitation,
rehabilitation.
and
So
exercising our duty of care.
we also need to be cognizant of the fact that we need to protect those regional jobs, and we also need to come up with a solution for that particular facility that enables us to ensure that all the services we provide at the moment can continue to be provided. So that's what I've got Assistant Commissioner Taylor working on right now. So I'll just hand over to.
So, Chair, there are slightly over 12,000 cells in the New South Wales correctional system. Of those 12,000 cells, 3,874 of those cells were delivered through the prison bed capacity program since 2016. It is true that Victorian era infrastructure does not easily support contemporary correctional practice without a lot of effort that we certainly apply through our diligent staff. We have 5 correctional centres that we still operate of the Victorian era. Happily, 18 months ago that was 7. Since the prison bed capacity adjustment program, Grafton and Berrima correctional centres that were of a similar era were retired. We now have centres like Bathurst and Goulburn where we have brand new beds adjacent to 140-year-old beds. So we have to operate both levels of infrastructure together. The standards are the same by which we operate those facilities in terms of the services that inmates have, the out-of-cell time that they have, and all the other things that inmates have access to in custody. But certainly the agency will continue to advocate for government for reinvestment. It's been terrific that we've had the substantial investment that we've had in recent years, and we are working through, as an agency, our infrastructure strategy for the next 20 years at the moment, and we will certainly advocate for government continued investment, particularly around our Victorian era infrastructure, which as you say, doesn't have showers in cells and some of the other facilities that modern cells do.
Thank you. Opposition, we're in your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just follow up on that. So the 5 Victorian era. What are the others?
Tamworth, Cooma, Broken Hill, Goulburn, Bathurst. Long Bay is 1909, so not technically Victorian.
Close to it.
Yeah.
Georgian, perhaps.
Right.
Georgian.
In need of work though, so I accept that you're working on plans for the next 20 years, but what is the government actually doing to assist with that? So these places do need refurbishment. I certainly wouldn't want to see them closed because of the jobs and the importance of these places to the communities that they are situated in. So Minister, what are the government's plans?
Well, certainly we're working on our infrastructure plans at the moment. Of course, as you'll appreciate, they'll have to go through the cabinet process for approval and funding, and that's a cabinet process that I really can't, tell you. But regardless, we'll continue to work very hard at trying to replace those cells.
Does that mean that there is work being done though? I'm not asking for.
Yeah, no, we're working on our infrastructure program at the moment.
So there's potential more funding for that?
Well, one would hope so, but I can't preempt
But I mean,
what.
I don't want to hope. This is budget estimates.
Well,
I'm asking you for the budget.
I will continue to advocate very strongly for our portfolio, our agency, to receive money to upgrade and expand our facilities and retire the old facilities as soon as possible.
Can I
Yep.
just say, given that it was a recommendation of the Inspector of Custodial Services, which we take very, very seriously, that's why I've had Assistant Commissioner Taylor work on that separately from the infrastructure strategy, so that we can start really, honing in on what we need to do to provide something to government in relation to that issue with Goulburn and.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I've read the inspector's report into Goulburn, and there are a number of concerning things in it. I've also got a copy of the letter that was referred to by the chair with a number of concerns raised by staff. But I'll also say once the inspector's report came out, I also received a number of concerns from staff who felt they weren't supported. And they don't want the place to close. They want it to be fixed, but they don't want to lose their jobs in the town that they live. So it's coming from every angle. We want to make sure that the facilities are right for rehabilitation and also fit for the staff.
As I said, I'm very focused on providing the best infrastructure possible for staff to do their work. But in these regional communities, it's very, very important to make sure jobs are looked after as well. So the instructions that certainly I've given to Assistant Commissioner Taylor about how we pull something together there are really focused on making sure that we deliver the existing services, but also look after those jobs that are there.
Thanks. I want to turn to, I'm going to come back to the Goulburn letter and some other issues around that later, but I want to turn to the issue of assaults. Can you give me some information or numbers on assaults on officers over the course of the last year?
Too many? Sorry, no, I'll ask the Commissioner if
It
he
is
has
too
that.
many, however many there are, but...
One is too many.
Right. So over the last, in 2021, there were 233 inmate assault on staffs involving injury. And in 21-22, there were 216.
And would you say that all assaults from the extreme to the not so extreme are reported and recorded?
Yes, that's certainly our procedure manual requirements, that all assaults are reported and recorded.
Yeah. And would you say that there are any hotspots? So, I mean, I hear more about this issue from some facilities than others, maybe
certainly,
because the staff are vocal, but you can tell me if
No, certainly
there
that
are
would be the
places
case.
that
There
are
are
worse than others.
some places that are worse than others for
And what
staff
would those
assaults.
places be from your perspective?
Well, look, some of the maximum security areas where we have people coming in off the street, with
I
mental
mean,
health
MRCC
issues.
is the top, but
Stillwater Women's
Yep.
MR, Metropolitan Remand and Reception Centre. We, I think yesterday we had officers at King hit. Yeah, 3 officers assaulted, or 3 particular incidents, multiple officers assaulted, a number of King hits. So, you get these really ill people coming in off the street, and this is what happens, unfortunately. So those officers in MRRC, on top of dealing with all the COVID issues they've had to deal with some pretty serious inmates coming in off the street. But the women in Stillwater Women's, the inmates there, are also involved in a lot of assaults on staff. So they're probably, if you ask me to nominate the hotspots,
they're on my list, so yes.
and places like Parklea, possibly to a lesser extent Parklea, because I think MRR gets the bulk of the really mentally ill inmates. That's where we get a lot of assaults.
And I mean, this is a constant issue. It's not new. So there are additional protections in place. Obviously, you're getting people at a particular point. It's a reception centre. I get that. And potentially mental health issues or affected by other substances, plus the, again, for want of the better way of putting it, the shock of being perhaps in for the first time or back in. Are there additional protections in place for the staff? I mean,
Yes, look, it's a very
difficult situation for people. They can't be punching bags.
I think you've been out to MRR. I mean, it's a very structured environment, very contained, and we do our absolute best to make sure that we've also always got sufficient staff on deck to deal with any issues. But when people just out of the blue start assaulting staff, sometimes it's very difficult to, prevent those types of assaults. But, the protocols we've got in place and the risk management we've got in place is pretty comprehensive at those two facilities.
Thanks. So a couple of others that have come to my attention that you might have some information about, but Mid-North Coast, assaults seem to be up there.
Yes, Mid-North Coast. Well, again, we're talking about reception centres, and that's where we do get those, Wellington is another one, where we get these people coming in off the street, and, that is a real problem for us.
Lithgow?
Yeah, I think Lithgow is, I wouldn't have, put that up into the top of their.
It may just be that people are reaching out to me more from there, so I'm asking
I
about
wouldn't.
it.
I mean, we've changed the cohort
the
there
radar.
recently, so it's a very different cohort to what it was a couple of years ago. But I wouldn't have put that up to a sort of a Metropolitan Remand Reception Centre level of.
No, I wouldn't necessarily compare it to the remand centre, but
Yeah.
it's on my
But
radar
all
because
those-
people
yeah,
are reaching
all
out
those
with concerns.
maxim-
Staff are reaching out with concerns.
Sure, all those maximum security centres are generally, except for a couple. There's a couple of maximum security centres that are very low, but others, do have staff assaults.
And Clarence, but there's a whole bunch of issues at Clarence, which we'll get to in more detail. But that's one that's on my radar for this as
Sure.
well. So
Yeah. Yes, there have been. Again, it's a remand centre, for the
is there
north.
also lack of staffing issues there though?
There are staffing issues, just as there are staffing issues right across the board in corrective services with, the COVID. We've had to put on a whole range of additional staff for COVID-related duties over and above our establishment over the last couple of years, which has put enormous pressure on public and private sector facilities.
So assaults on inmates, so inmate to inmate. Have you got numbers on that for the last year?
Yeah, just let me. Apologies, I'll just find that one. Oops. I'll just. Have we got that?
You'll take it on notice?
No wonder I couldn't find it.
Okay.
It's not in the folder. We'll take it on notice.
Yeah.
and get
Okay.
to the
So numbers and if you can give me an overall number plus by facility.
By facility, yeah.
It'd be great to get it by this afternoon, but I'm sure your team will be working on that.
Well, I'm sure they will.
Great. I want to ask about your use of force policy. So it's, I assume, the one that I have is currently in place. Is there any work being done on that? Do you stand by the current policy?
Yes, I do. Oh, sorry. Did you want to say?
Well, I was going to say it's an operational issue. The commissioner's best to. You wouldn't want a politician to run the everything, but certainly the commissioner's the expert, and his team are the experts in looking at the operational policy, which I know he looks at from a regular basis and upgrades it as required.
Yes, it's been the subject of a lot of consideration over the last few years, and we had a steering committee which was looking at the implementation of recommendations as a result of a number of inquiries. So we formed a use of force committee that meets regularly and reviews every use of force, which is divided into tiers. So they're reviewed first by the governors of the centres and then referred through to the committee if they meet a certain threshold. And, we're able to examine those and determine whether they're meeting the policy or whether we need to, have a look at that and investigate that further.
Okay, so are there any that haven't? I want to be careful how I ask it, but are there any that haven't met the policy, or are there any that have events or incidents in recent times that have caused you to review the policy?
Not to review the policy, but to there have been incidents of use of force that don't meet our policies, and they've been referred through to investigation. And in some instances, officers have been referred for misconduct.
How many times has that happened?
I have to take that one on notice.
Yeah, if you can take the numbers and whatever details you can provide.
Yes.
So your officers went on strike in
Yes.
August because of an issue in this regard. I'm not going to discuss an issue that's before the court, so I don't want the details about that. But I do want to ask if that's caused any reason to review the policy.
Obviously, we, as an executive, have been looking at this very, very closely over the last 5 or 6 months. And as you know, in the same context, I really don't want to comment on.
I'm not asking about the specific, but I'm asking about
Specifics.
any reviews.
And I can certainly brief you outside of this, on what we're contemplating. But it would be inappropriate to say anything at this stage in public.
Which I can appreciate. I genuinely am not asking for specifics, but general terms about reviews. Obviously, look, anytime there's an incident, I would have thought that these things are looked at and reviewed. I think that's an appropriate thing to do. You should treat these things as living, breathing documents because you always have to have best practice in place. Okay, I'll accept that because I know this is going to sound weird for the Hansard. I don't want to talk about the specific matter that's before the courts, but I do want to make sure that these things are being looked at.
They're definitely being looked at very seriously, and with the intent to make sure staff are in the best possible position to understand their responsibilities, and that we have the mechanisms in place to support staff.
Yeah. Okay. So now we did assaults. So you're going to come back to me with assaults on inmates. Are there any other details that you can provide?
Do you want to? Sorry.
I just may be able to assist Ms. Moriarty. So the review of government services report for last year, the current year, has not been published. For New South Wales, the assault rate, prisoner on prisoner for serious assault per 100 prisoners in New South Wales was a rate of 0.27 for the financial year 2021. The prisoner on officer serious assault rate for the same period was a rate of 0.01.
And I've just been advised that we have the full list by centre that we can getting printed off for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Terrific. And so that will have numbers. But are there any details that you can provide? We're seeing trends in particular types of assaults, either on staff or inmate to inmate. We'll start with staff if that's...
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw it somewhere here in these notes, but yeah, that's what I saw. Okay, so the rate of assaults on staff, the trend is it's decreasing. So in 2021-22, it was 1.72 per 100 inmates, compared to 1.80 per 100 inmates in 2020-21.
Anything to do with COVID?
And, in 2019-2020, it was 2.3 per 100 inmates. So it has dropped off since the COVID issues. There were, a lot of assaults that were, there were a lot of people upset with, visits being stopped and, and other things that occurred during this COVID period, which really generated a lot more assaults on staff.
Yeah.
And there were a number of, disturbances as well that have sort of dropped off that were associated with COVID.
Yeah. Okay. So, which reminds me to ask about COVID. So, where are we at with COVID numbers in?
We have quite good news.
Hopefully, like the rest of the community, we're just.
As of the 21st of this month, we have 11 prisoners with COVID. And as of the 21st of this month, we have 41 staff off with COVID. And I'd just like to put on record my commendation to the Commissioner and Corrections. We've had something like 915,000 rat tests since we began, and I think we were the first agency to introduce rat tests. And out of that 915,000 rat tests, some 2,500 had positive results. And I think that's a great tribute. At the moment, we have 4 centres which partially have an orange declaration. We have people with COVID, but I think the command post has actually done a sensible thing and changed the way that we're managing. Instead of locking down the whole centre now, we just, and I'll let the Commissioner talk about it, or Jennifer Galusas, but we actually quarantine it where it is in the centre itself rather than the whole centre. And so visitors are still required to do a rat test and wear a mask when visiting, but there's no mandatory vaccine requirements. And the prisoners are asked to be have triple vaccinated, and I think the number of prisoners, I don't have those exact details, nearly 90% of inmates have actually had the first dose of the vaccine. So it's been a good story in terms of your dedication, Commissioner, and your agency's dedication to getting people vaccinated and managing it where it does. And I think last time when we were here, we talked about, closing down whole centres and overseas experiences where jurisdictions had like 98% of their facilities and people had COVID. But we were very well managed through the command post. And maybe, Commissioner, you'd like to give an update?
Is the command centre still in place, the COVID command centre?
Yes, it is. And, we work very closely with Justice Health, Forensic Mental Health Network, and Population Health, section of the Department of Health, to ensure that we're, in lockstep with them and with other, things like aged care facilities and hospitals to ensure that we're all, making sure that everybody is safe as possible. That's staff and inmates.
Is it still working to the same extent that it was last year? So is it still daily meetings? Like, you're still putting the same resources into it?
Yeah, we've certainly got I think it's about 8 or 9 people still working in that particular area.
How long are you planning on keeping it going?
As long as we need. COVID is still there. We still need to keep it out of the prisons, and we still need to keep people safe. We've done something like, well over 600,000 tests of staff coming into facilities. Over 2,500 staff have been identified, having COVID, who were prevented from going into the facilities. So, we've really put a huge effort into making sure that facilities are safe.
Thank you. Minister, the rates of First Nations imprisonment has increased consistently since 2015. The overall prisoner population, however, is trending downwards. What are you doing, Minister, to address this? It's clearly a massive problem.
No, I actually agree with you that the rates of Aboriginal incarceration are too high compared to the general population, and that I think this is a persistent problem that many governments, including our own, face in terms of how do we obviously reduce that rate and actually offer a system that actually that better reflects community. Can I say one of the... I'll hand over to Brendan Thomas to talk about some of those things, but one of the things that we're doing, which I think is very important, is it's a premise priority in terms of reducing, closing the gap, and one of those important targets is reducing reoffending. And certainly we're trying many and very different programs within our centres. Quite often they're locality based in terms of what we're doing, in terms of individual place-based initiatives, as well as access to all of the other cognitive behavioural therapies that we actually offer all our inmates, or most of our inmates. Can I say that we have something like 12,620 inmates as of the 16th of this month, and that's 3,311 Aboriginal inmates. That's nearly 29%, and that's far too high. And I absolutely agree with you. That's slightly trended up. I think the last time I was in estimates, it was about 28.5 from memory, so it's gone up about 0.5% in that time. I think the special concern is our women, that we have something like 815 women in custody at the moment, and that 326 have Aboriginal heritage, and that's something 40%, and that's the one that has trended significantly higher. It's something that we look at and focus a lot of effort in terms of how we must solve these rates of incarceration for our First Nations people, which I think is an absolutely indictment on our society and all governments that have led this. I don't think it's unique to New South Wales nor other jurisdictions in Australia, but around the world. But I'll ask Brendan Thomas to talk about what we're doing in terms of the whole picture, in terms of at the end of the day, they come to our reception centres and then we have to manage that population. So we don't get to choose who comes there. So I think it's a whole of a government approach, and we've certainly, as a Premier's priority, the ministers meet regularly, come together and look at things like the family community service aspects, the judicial aspects, and then the custodial aspects. But I'll let Brendan Thomas.
Thank you. And before Mr. Thomas does, can I just ask you this one point that I imagine Mr. Thomas will end up addressing too, that the tragic, and it's really hard to talk about this, but the figure of the deaths in custody of the past year of being 16 is the highest the highest on record. So the 2021 figure in terms of deaths in custody was 16, the previous highest being 8 deaths in 1998.
Well, can I just say to you that that the one death is too many in custody, and
we're talking about 16.
Well, my turn to answer?
Please.
Yeah, okay. One death is too many in custody, and we do everything we possibly can, as I said, to minimise and try and stop any deaths in custody. The reality is that people do die in jail. We operate in a very right across the board. I'm not just talking about Aboriginal people. I'm talking about in terms of general population. We actually have very vulnerable people, the ageing population of our correctional
Minister, with
facility,
respect,
of
I
our
am talking
mates.
about Aboriginal people, please.
But I think it's important to note that our officers do remarkable things at actually keeping people alive, and when people do pass away, that they go to great lengths to try and revive them and try and look after them. Can I say that my figures are very different from your figures? I think you may be putting together the other deaths in custody, but my figures certainly do not reflect your figures. So in the 22-23 financial year, we've had 2 deaths in custody who have Aboriginal heritage. In the 2021 financial year, we've had 5 deaths in custody for Aboriginal people, and in the 2021 financial year, we've had 4 Aboriginal deaths in custody. And each one of those, can I say, is looked at. Obviously, we have a coronial inquiry into every death in custody, but we also have, I think Jennifer can speak about it in terms of the committee that actually looks at every death, plus the thematic review of the last 10 years. In other words, statistically, they're very small numbers. So what before my time, and I won't have any credit, but really looking at is seeing if there's any systemic issues that we can solve in terms of Aboriginal deaths in custody. But as I
Minister, are
said,
you with your just for clarity, sorry, are you referring to only those deaths in correctional facilities and not in police custody? Yeah.
Yes,
So the
yeah.
figure of 16 is overall deaths in custody, including.
I can't, as you would know,
Absolutely,
I
I
can't
accept that. I accept that. I'm just doing that to clarify for the purpose of the record. 16 deaths in custody in terms of what the community of New South Wales understands as a death in custody, and you're breaking that down to a correctional facility as opposed to police in the custody of police.
Yes, I
Thank
can
you.
only comment
Thank you for
about
that.
my agency, Corrections New South Wales, in terms of their deaths in custody. But maybe Assistant Commissioner Goulissis or Brendan Thomas wants to talk, because this is an issue, a very live issue that we're very concerned, and there wouldn't be we regularly talk about what we have to do and plan and implement different changes. So maybe Brendan, you would like to start?
Sure, yeah, there is a statutory definition of a death in custody, which those 16 relate to, and
Yes.
the increases in police operations, as I understand it, last year. Just in relation to Aboriginal people in custody, the numbers had been coming down until this year, and have increased this calendar year. Important to note the sentenced population, so the number of Aboriginal people sentenced to prison in New South Wales has been declining and continues to decline. The increase of Aboriginal people in custody has almost entirely been remanded people. So people being bail refused. And it's a trend not only for adults in New South Wales this year, but also the increase of people in juvenile detention are remandees. The best solution that we can have in relation to Aboriginal people in custody is keeping them out in the first place and doing whatever we can to stop that referral of people into custody. We are this year expanding a whole range of activities specifically focused on that. So the circle sentencing courts are being expanded to 20 locations around New South Wales. They're really important because they've been shown to have a 10% reduction in the likelihood of a person going to prison. A really strong effect rate for Aboriginal people in New South Wales. The more people we can get through those kinds of sentencing processes, hopefully the more we can see that kind of a decline. There has been a contributor for the last number of years of people breaching court orders, going and being sentenced to prison. And our colleagues in community corrections are working very hard on increasing the proportion of Aboriginal people that successfully complete those kinds of orders. The likelihood of going to prison from breaching a parole or an intensive corrections order is reasonably high, so the more people we can keep to those orders, the greater effect we're going to have on reducing the number of people coming into the prison system. The drug court's being expanded to Dubbo this year. We're expecting at least 75% of the people on that court in Dubbo to be Aboriginal people, as well as there's additional resources to the courts in Sydney where they've got now specific Aboriginal list days and Aboriginal support staff to try and increase the volume of Aboriginal people coming into the drug court in Sydney and the Central Coast, and to make sure that they stick to that. Drug court, again, has a really strong, proven evidence base for keeping Aboriginal people out of jail, so the more people we can get into that program, the better. The merit program is being expanded to every court in New South Wales this year, as is Justice Health's mental health liaison officer program. Two really important programs at the court, at the local court. Really important because they deal with large numbers of people, and both have had proven effect of diverting people out of the system and reducing the number of people that are flowing into custody. So it's really important that we focus on expanding those and making sure we're getting as many Aboriginal people as we possibly can appropriately through those programs. We're working with the police at the moment in a number of locations in New South Wales to test getting Aboriginal people involved in working with them around making police bail decisions. And that's really specifically trying to target that growth of people coming into remand in the justice system. And as we sit here, there's a meeting going on about what we can do to try and divert a greater number of Aboriginal women from coming into the remanded system.
And Mr. Thomas, do you think that's having an effect in terms of that relationship corrections has currently with police and that communication flow?
It is, although we are seeing an increased number of people being brought by police to the court this year. So the volume of people coming into court has gone up. In looking at this increase of remanded people, we've had a look at the likelihood of getting bail both by police and court, and that seems to be the same. So it doesn't look like people are less likely to get bail. There are more people coming into the system this calendar year than there have been in the last two. and that's really driving the number of people coming into remands.
Thank you. Minister, have you read the coroner's report, the most recent coroner's report?
Which one? Sorry. Which one?
In particular, the coroner's findings. So the 2021 coroner's report that was tabled, but in relation to the findings of Wiradjuri man Bailey Makanda and the tragic circumstances of that young chap. Did you find the coroner's findings concerning? She made findings in particular to the risk intervention team and the management plan there. In her words, he was expected to tough it out, suck it up.
This wasn't in the corrections centre, was it?
But the most significant part of those findings, Minister, perhaps if this will assist, was that she said these findings and recommendations will not stop the court sending young Baileys to prison. They will not cause the correctional system to cater for all kinds in better and more ways, or cause the government to invest more money in alternatives so that young people with drug problems are not treated like criminals. I suspect they will not even result in better mental health and psychological support in prisons, which are all full of people who need it, but perhaps they will save one or two from being placed in an RIT cell to better their demons alone.
I'll ask Commissioner Corcoran to talk about that specific case in terms of our response to the coroner's findings.
So what we do with all those coroner's findings is review them and undertake to deal with them. So that's a process that we're going through at the moment. I don't believe we've concluded that process, but on that particular individual.
But you're cognizant of the findings around this risk intervention team and the way they conduct these brutal, quite gruesome, heartless and quite foul plans, perhaps.
I think...
for people dealing with chronic mental health issues.
We do our best. I think it's probably not a good way to describe it. They are teams that look at an individual's circumstances and come up with the best opportunity to protect that particular individual. And we're looking at other mechanisms to deal with people in those unfortunate circumstance where they're at risk of self-harm. So, we're in fact looking at a whole range of plans, but we're also looking at some technologies which will enable us to put people into a normal circumstance in a cell with access to, the normal things they would have in a cell rather than taking everything off them. So that's work that we're actively looking at the moment. In fact, we've got a trial just kicking off in the Metropolitan Remand and Reception Centre at the moment. I might just hand over to Assistant Commissioner Taylor to talk about that trial.
So the trial, and we mentioned a couple of other technologies that we're trialling, the Commissioner, one of his strategic priorities that the Executive is really focused on is reducing deaths in custody, and that's all this in custody. And the trial that the Commissioner mentioned is at the Metropolitan Remand and Reception Centre. It uses radar technology fitted within the light fitting to monitor inmates 24/7 while they're in their cell in a very unobtrusive way. It's not a camera, it's a radar, and it detects vital signs in real time. We've deployed it into one cell and it's working. We're deploying it into 6 cells at the moment, and it appears very successful at the moment. Telstra are leading that trial, so it has all the strength of their research and development behind it, and a couple of international partners. So that technology, along with our risk intervention protocols that we used for managing at-risk inmates, are part of a suite of measures that are working to that strategic priority of doing everything we can to reduce the deaths in custody for those that are identified at risk, but also for inmates that haven't necessarily been identified at risk, methods that we can, in a cost-effective way, monitor inmates' health, be it through self-harm or even natural causes, so that we can intervene when people in our care become unwell for any reason.
But it is all about making sure that we can treat people appropriately and not take everything off them, which is what we've had to do in the past, to protect them, from self-harm.
Can I say, for the benefit of you, Chair, if you like, my office has just informed me that specific case, we have some note that will be brought down and we can further that, our response, if you like. I think they're going to bring it down.
Thank you very much. Because, I think it's in everyone's best interest if this is brought to the cold light of day, because the reading, as everyone knows, and it was featured, even the coroner was brought to absolute tears and despair with this case and this tragic loss of young person's life. What about simple things? Can I just ask, or sorry, I don't mean to trivialise it at all, but it seemed like a relatively achievable but tangible measure to me, somebody coming into this space relatively recently, when a First Nations prisoner is asked, where we ask and their family asks, if they could be placed in a facility that is on country that they belong to and that is close to family. I recently wrote to you and you said no, that wasn't possible, and it wasn't clear remotely to me why it wasn't possible. It was simply an answer of, oh no, we've looked at that and we're satisfied. He's in the appropriate facility. When the case literally is, it's not an appropriate facility because there is a desire to be on country wherever you are, in whatever condition.
Can I say that I think they'll give me a note about that specifically later. For the one that I remember you writing to me about that, I think I'll just check. Can I say, I think that, and I'll be corrected later on if I make a mistake because I wouldn't like to mislead you, that inmate did not want to be located on country and they wanted to be located where they were. They didn't want to move back around their on country where they came from. But can I say, in general, I would suggest to you, barring operational risks, and I'll let operational requirements, and I'll let Commissioner talk about the placement of prisoners, we do amazing things in terms of locating people right around the state. And in fact, we often accept or recommend people from transfer to go to other jurisdictions and territories to actually locate them in the best possible environment where they want and their choice. Obviously, that's not always possible with 12,500 prisoners, that we do what we can to locate them in the best possible place. And so, our whole focus is, the incarceration is the punishment that the judicial system has ordered. What we're trying to do is rehabilitate people to give them the best chance of not offending again. So when they come out, they can just go back into society and live productive members. But in general, I'd say we go to great lengths to, whenever we can, accommodate the wishes of our inmates in terms of moves. But I'm more than happy for the coroner, Commissioner, yes. Not coroner.
Not the coroner.
You're a commissioner, it's not independent as such.
Yes, we obviously have a case management system where we consider things, but the primary focus for us is reducing reoffending. And, we need to, for instance, if there's a particular program, specialist program, violent offender program or a sex offender program, that we need to place someone into a particular area. We don't have that operating right across the system. So, we've got particular specialist facilities where those things are offered, and, that's where people would have to end up. And often, minimum security facilities aren't replicated right across the state as well. So, when somebody moves to minimum security, that would necessitate a move to somewhere other than country. But I might just hand over to Assistant Commissioner Galusis to just talk a little bit more about that.
Thanks, Commissioner. So just to clarify, the classification and placement process is done by a dedicated team. So the classification always occurs first, and so we determine what security level the person is and what security facility they need to attend. Once we've identified that, we can then look at placement. So in placement, we consider, as the Commissioner said, how long the person has to serve on their sentence, what programs and services they require. We absolutely consider where their family is and have high regard to trying to keep them on country. That's a very important consideration for us. And we also consider other security elements like associations, whether or not the person requires protective custody. And with all of that information, we make the most appropriate decision about where the person can be placed.
Thank you. On that note, we're literally at our morning tea break. So we will break for 15 minutes and we'll return at 11:15. And I thank you all. Right. Thank you all. We will now recommence, and we are at questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I want to turn to an issue that I've asked about at previous estimates. Minister, I'm happy to start with you, but I suspect the Commissioner will take over. About 18 months ago, there was a report that found 570 of your employees in corrections had reported sexual harassment, 1,647 have made bullying complaints. I understand since then that executives from the department have gone out and done face-to-face meetings in various facilities. Can you tell me what the result has been so far?
Could I just start off by saying that there is no place for sexual harassment, bullying or vilification within any of our correctional facilities or our community corrections, and that it is totally wrong to do any of those things, but certainly the Commissioner has proactively looked at how we can actually change any of those behaviours and get rid of the people that shouldn't be there, including training and the complaints reporting and actually trying to get people to come forward so that we can actually investigate those issues. And then if there's some evidence to say that it's true, investigate those and bring the perpetrators to justice and kick them out and get them charged if it's appropriate. But I'm more than happy for the Commissioner to look at. Yeah.
But that's not what's happening, but I'll come to that. So I just want to get an idea of, at least from back when we first talked about this, what your visits and meetings have resulted in.
Yes. Well, those visits were really important for us to gain an understanding of what's going on. I've been working with our executive now for about the last 8 or 9 months on a plan to deal with this, but it's just an aspect of the plan. But staff safety and psychological safety in the workplace is pretty much going to be our number one priority over the next 4 or 5 years. We want to create environments in the workplace which are obviously conducive to the things that we need to do to reduce reoffending, but getting that workplace culture right is our number one priority. So we've been working on this plan for some time. We're just about to release it to staff. And it really does focus on how to get those foundations right in the workplace. Look, corrections is a difficult workplace. We're dealing with some very, very difficult people, and we have to have a command and control environment and make sure that everybody knows the rules and follows those rules.
You do, but I mean, these are questions about the difficult environments because of the people that you're managing.
Yes.
It's made more difficult when staff have to dodge other staff.
Absolutely.
In relation to sexual harassment and bullying, which happens too much in this area.
So not only are we working on it, but we're working with DCJ Human Resources to develop plans in relation to bullying and harassment, sexual harassment, and just generally safety in the workplace. I've been having those discussions as recently as late last week to make sure that we come up with the best solutions possible. Over the next few months, we'll be refining what we're doing to that. So, that will be implemented early next year.
So what are some of the solutions? What's in the plan that should be coming out? What's resulted from those meetings?
I would like to reveal that to staff first.
You can do that here. They're all watching.
Yes, that's true. But no, we've got a very comprehensive communication plan ready for implementation.
So what's the timeline for that?
In the next week or two.
Oh, so post-budget estimates?
I would have loved to have revealed it before budget estimates, but the timeframes to get approvals and so forth we just had to wait till those things were approved by the secretary, and the minister still has a look at it too.
Can I
Have
just
you seen
add,
the report?
not to my knowledge, I haven't. Could have come into my office, but I haven't seen it personally.
No, we only just managed to get it. It's a really complex thing that we're looking at here. We had to get it right. As I said, we've been working on it for about 9 months to get this to the point it is now. We've done a lot of consultation with staff already, so we've been putting this 6-point plan that we've got out to staff at a very senior level. We've had very large conferences with executives and with middle managers to work the strategies through. Executive come back and we've finally settled on strategies and how we're going to implement that. So it's been a very complex process.
I mean, I'm glad to hear that because the complaints were many and significant.
Yep.
I mean, from 18 months ago, there were 570, as I've just said, complaints of sexual harassment, 1,647 of bullying.
Yep.
That's 18 months ago. There's been more since then.
That's right.
And it's the most common thing I hear to my office.
Well, same.
I won't name people, but I'm going to give you some details since then. So what's been some of the feedback? You won't give me a scoop on the report, but
I'll just update you on a couple of things that the department has done. Certainly, there's been a range of relevant policy, procedure, and resources that have been released to address some of the workplace issues reported by the 2020 survey. These include the DCJ Code of Ethical Conduct, Bullying and Harassment Policy, and the Managing Workplace Issues Procedure. The range of training and workplace culture sessions on offer include respectful workplace relations, our values, developing a workplace charter, doing the right thing, workplace ethics, in addition to training on resilience and mental health awareness and having crucial conversations. So they're ongoing, but obviously the plan is very important.
Yes. They're sort of interventions that we've been doing, in hotspots around the place. But we really want a comprehensive plan that addresses it right across the organisation, and so everybody in the organisation, in community corrections, in custodial corrections, and security and intelligence can all avail themselves of the things we're going to be putting in place.
Yeah, but Commissioner, are you satisfied, and Minister, are you satisfied that the process has been good enough given the amount of complainants? A lot of this predates you, so I accept your response that you're dealing with it now. I do accept that, but there's a lot of complaints, and I understand a lot of this process over the last however long it's been, the face-to-face tours have involved group meetings across facilities where people... I mean, some of the complaints that are made to me are that people were asked to come forward and raise issues. They were asked to do that in front of people they were complaining about, so that's not really a great way to deal with issues in the first place. And there's also a number of complaints about what I would describe as nepotism, so people feeling like there's no point because the same people are going to be in charge and nothing's going to change. I mean, how do you respond to both of those things?
I think once you see our plan, you understand that we have listened to staff and we have, as an executive, come up with a plan, I think, that addresses all of those issues.
I think, to be quite frank, we can always do better, and we're not perfect, and that we have to continue our progress towards stamping out any bullying, harassment, and vilification. Clearly, there is no place in our agency for that, and we will work hard to make sure that happens. Hindsight's a great thing. Can I say that I've had many agencies under my control, and the one thing that, and it's not the Commissioner, it's all the agencies, it takes a long time to change. We're a big agency, we're 10,000 staff. We're fairly remote sometimes, from Broken Hill, Moree, Burke, right down south, right up north to Sydney. To change that culture, where there are incidents of poor behaviour, takes a while. But can I say to you, I just don't want the few bad apples to reflect the general correctional officers, the outstanding professionalism that they do day in, day out, keeping the community safe. So it'd be wrong to characterise that as a whole system. Of course, corrections is just a microcosm of general society. The vast majority of people do the right thing, but where there are incidences of, those unwanted, bullying, harassment, and vilification, we've got to stamp those out, identify them, provide support to those staff that report that, provide every mechanism. I mean, I think one of the good things, Commissioner, that you haven't mentioned is your promotions policy that, and maybe you can talk about the way that we actually just stop that nepotism happening within the system itself.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sure people would be happy to hear about it.
Yeah, certainly that is something that, we've been working on for a number of years. So what I'm looking at doing, certainly in the custodial area, is to get a promotion course in for the first rank, which is the senior correctional officer, the middle manager, the senior assistant superintendent rank, and the manager of security rank, which is the first rank that looks after a correctional centre as a governor. So those things will be 2-week residential courses run by external agencies like a university. It'll be a pass-fail course. They'll have to go through a GSE compliant process to get on to the course, and they'll have to pass the course to get into a position where they can be appointed to a role. So we really want to make sure that the decision making in relation to that is as transparent as possible, and that we get the best possible leaders in place right around the system.
So that's good. I think that'll go some way to fixing the complaints of nepotism that, as I said, I hear a lot. So I'm sure you do too.
Yeah.
But so the going back to the process of dealing with the complaints that have come in, were there any consequences? Has anyone been sacked as a result of allegations? Has anyone been reprimanded in any way?
Well, yes, there have. If you want details, we'll have to take that on notice.
I mean, you can take it on notice, but I can also give you examples and case studies. So, I mean, I spoke to a person last week who raised issues of assault or sexual harassment, decide if I'll name the facility, but she was threatened with a weapon.
Yeah, I can give you some.
I'm sure you know about that one. So were there any consequences, and there are other people who've come forward complaining about the same person who were also threatened with a weapon and asked to take their clothes off? Was there any consequences of that?
I won't comment on individual cases, but I can give you some information that you asked for. So Corrective Services Professional Standards Branch have received 17 formal allegations of sexual harassment over the last 12 months. And of the 17 allegations, 10 remain ongoing professional standards matters, and 7 matters, which involve 8 corrective services staff, have been finalised and closed with the following outcomes. 1 officer's employment has been terminated. 5 misconduct outcomes have occurred, which haven't involved the termination. 1 officer has been diverted to a monitoring outcome, and 1 had no further action taken as the allegations were unable to be substantiated.
So back to again, I've received a lot of complaints that people were asked to participate in group sessions and make complaints. It was good that they were invited to come forward, because you need to have an open culture about this so people can come forward about allegations so they can be dealt with. But people complain that they were asked to do that in front of people that they were making allegations against. I mean, again, are you satisfied that this process has been conducted in order to get the best results, or should it have been done independently?
Yeah, I think it should have been done differently, and this is part of the plan that we've got moving forward in the future, that we have a lot more support for people who come forward with allegations, which is something that probably we don't do as well as we could at the moment. So we're basically reviewing, as part of this process that we're going through, reviewing the way we do business in terms of professional standards, in terms of investigations, and in terms of support for staff who come forward.
So that's good, but I mean, these reports are 18 months old.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a final report yet. Minister, you don't seem to have seen a final report yet. I mean, is there any sense of urgency about this? This is a big chunk of your staff working in corrections.
As I said to you, that when I go out and address staff, I continue to reinforce there is no place for workplace harassment and bullying. Where those complaints come forward and we could substantiate those plans and complaints, that I certainly want the full force of the authorities to come down on those people, up to when they're getting charged occasionally. But as I said to you, that the vast majority of our staff are very professional. We're a microcosm of the rest of society. No different from any other portfolios, but certainly we've got some work to do. And as I said before, that we can always do better. And I think the Commissioner's on the right path in terms of a plan for the whole 6,500, 36 different centres, 6,500 staff, to actually improve the situation where there is no place for bullying and harassment within our centres. And can I say to anyone listening, if they have any complaints, that they should come forward. I'll talk to the Commissioner about any the way that we can do it so that it's managed in an appropriate forum. That obviously that when you said that there's that they're asked to come forward in front of their colleagues, maybe that's not the right way to do it. There may be alternate measures. I'm sure there's an alternate measures, but getting that information out is probably more important, that we need to investigate and substantiate those things so that we provide every level of support for our staff that we can, because it's not okay.
And so have we improved, I mean, I look forward to the report, but how have you improved dealing with significant workers' comp claims? Obviously, we've raised in the past. There have been findings, very significant findings against the department in terms of how evidence has been provided for these claims, and false evidence, in fact. I don't intend to rehash that because we've dealt with that in the past. But, I mean, there are 3 facilities grouped together in the Hunter. In one, there's 24 people on workers' comp, 22 at another, 37 at another. Like, I mean, we need the end that I just talked about where people can raise issues so they can be dealt with, but we also need to fix the end where they're so serious that they're not dealt with and people can't come back to work. What are we doing about that?
I think, Ms Moriarty, you bring up a good point, and I agree with you that workers' comp we can actually improve as well. That our objective simply is to get staff back as soon as possible. The last possible outcome is when you actually have to, they leave our system and have to find employment somewhere else. And so our whole objective, and we have extensive investigations into how we can actually not just reduce our workers' compensation bill, is about how do we better look after our staff that actually face some very traumatic incidences at work, and how we can actually improve that. And can I say that, as I said before, that I try and ring as many staff as I can that have been injured at work, talk to those people, and one of the overriding issues with that is looking at, people may have been on the job for 5 and 10 and 20 years' time, and just a small incident actually triggers it off, their inability to return to work. But we've certainly formed a task force looking at our workers' comp and how we better can support beyond the typical EAP solutions that I don't think they're sufficient. We have a very unique setting with our custodial officers and our community corrections officers in which they work, seeing and dealing with some very traumatic issues. But I'm more than happy to talk about the secretary who DCJ provides our workers' comp functionality.
If I can just briefly indicate to the committee that the Commissioner and I have recently convened a joint, I think it's called a steering committee, to look at workers' comp with a view to trying to better coordinate and deal with things such as agility in return to work, as well as to look at, which I acknowledge, the difficult history of claims and how to have them trending in the right way. We actually do, in DCJ, have some very useful experience from child protection and other areas of high stress and anxiety in the workplace, where I hope together we can actually work to see those figures trend down. That's something that's met once. It has a very focused work program. We're hoping before we get to the end of this year to have really refined our plan.
The end of this year? So what do you mean by refining the plan? Look, I mean, I've raised this at a number of estimates hearings. We all know there's a problem with how workers' comp is dealt with, and your premiums are utterly ridiculous. And from your perspective as the Secretary, looking at this particular part of your department, I'm glad that it's being dealt with, but it has to be dealt with. I've heard it from many staff who are in this situation, and all of them want to go back to work. They love their job, but the way this has been handled over many years and many circumstances has just made it impossible.
I acknowledge that it is challenging. I acknowledge that it is something that needs to be dealt with quickly. One of the areas of focus for us is to really sharpen our collection of data and our capturing of numbers quickly, so that we can see where the movement, where the trends are, where the claim trends are, and how we can seek to do things such as get people back to work quickly, as I said, but with more agility and flexibility.
Can I just add that there was a review in 2020 undertaken by the corporate services, DCJ Corporate Services, which resulted in an uptick in a number of, I guess, an uptick in the service delivery. So case managers are only looking after 40 individuals as opposed to over 100 previously. So that has, contributed significantly to people having greater contact with their case manager.
May I just, Chair,
of course.
may I just update the committee on a number that I said before in terms of the Aboriginal inmates, that I've been just past the latest one that they advised me, and that I previously quoted a slightly different number, not that much different, but certainly the number of people with Aboriginal heritage is 3,637, which represents 28.8% of our people's incarcerated. It's a slight difference. It's not.
Thank you. No, it's
material,
important. Thank you.
probably.
Thank you. Just sticking on the insurance workers' comp scheme just for a moment. I don't want to labour the point too much, but I think that, I've got two questions on that. One is just going back to 2015 to what the original, one of those original complainants that kind of was subject to the failings of the system, shall we say, and we know after all the years and all the deep investigations that those complainants, in terms of their way they were dealt with under the Workers' Compensation Scheme for psychological injury, that they were treated wrongly and then they were rightly compensated under the scheme. There's just, I know of one particular person who is trying to take up with you about assisting them with some of their costs in relation to dealing with the matter, and how is that something that, Minister, you're going to make good before the end of this term of Parliament?
So just to clarify, Chair, I think you're referring to the Brett Fitzpatrick case?
Correct.
Yep. As a Minister, I'm certainly empathetic to the case of Mr Fitzpatrick in that he faces, and I understand why he feels very let down by a system after 7 years. Mr Fitzpatrick wrote to the former Minister Roberts last December, and this matter was brought to my attention early on. As I became Minister, and as probably Ms Moriarty can attest, that last budget estimates I committed to meet Mr Fitzpatrick, and I met with him in March this year to discuss his ex gratia payment requested. I understand that he has subsequently met with his Secretary and the Commissioner. I've also received correspondence from the Honourable Daniel Mookie and from Mr David Shoebridge prior to his resignation in support of the ex gratia request, and my office has kept both officers updated on the progress of assessing Mr Fitzpatrick's ex gratia request. Ms Sue Higginson, that's yourself obviously,
That is
Chair,
me.
has also written to me on that behaviour. I apologies, Chair. I was trying to focus on the words.
Fine, Minister, carry on. Thank you.
It's an important issue. It is a very important issue.
absolutely is.
As you would appreciate, under the New South Wales Government policy, there is a process to be followed when considering to grant or decline an ex gratia payment request. Earlier this year, I formed a view that pursuant to the Government Sector Finances Act, special circumstances may exist to warrant the making of an ex gratia payment to Mr Fitzpatrick for the amount that he requested, which is approximately $167,000. I wrote to the Attorney-General seeking a delegation from him to make the ex gratia payment from the Consolidated Fund. In addition, the Department has engaged in an independent external party to review further specific and concerning allegations made by Mr Fitzpatrick during my meeting with him in March. These related to allegations of officer misconduct that had not previously been investigated. And in June 2022, the Attorney-General responded to my request, indicating that he would await the receipt of the report and consider its findings before making a decision. The review concluded in July 2022 and found no reasonable suspicions of officer misconduct or corruption. The review was completed at arm's length from me. However, when it was completed, I became aware that Mr. Fitzpatrick had not been interviewed as part of the review process. Mr. Fitzpatrick also contacted my office and expressed the concern at his exclusion from the process. Following Mr. Fitzpatrick's contact, I sought for him to be interviewed as part of the review. A lengthy interview with Mr. Fitzpatrick took place and a supplementary report was completed in September 2022. The supplementary report did not find any evidence to change the original finding. However, it did note that Mr. Fitzpatrick had genuine concerns and had suffered hardship. It is recommended that corrective services procedures be improved to avoid confusion around investigative procedures and complaint handling. I remain of the view that an ex gratia payment is warranted, and once again signed off on the decision on 18 October of this year. The decision regarding the delegations remains with the Attorney General. I certainly appreciate Mr. Fitzpatrick's patience during this time, which has been an overly lengthy period.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. So we'll take that up with the Attorney General, obviously, and perhaps we'll call on your assistance to help us with that. I mean, I think that it only takes, half an hour to read the case and have a look at what's happened and what has gone on to reach the same findings that you did. So thank you.
Chair, if it aids yourself or the opposition, we're more than happy to offer a briefing on that specific. There are a few technical things that we have to work through. That's the difficulty. It's an ex gratia payment, I believe, is warranted. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I agree. Personally, I agree. Yeah. I just have to work through the process, and we're more than happy after this committee to offer a briefing about what's transpired, but we put a lot of work in to try and resolve this matter in favour of Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you. I mean, it's more in favour of doing the right thing.
Absolutely.
System. Yeah,
I agree.
Thank you. Just on that point, and I don't want to labour it, but just in terms of ensuring the insurance, one of the things that strikes, I think, anybody that looks into it is this perhaps a problem about corrections and its self-insuring capacity and the notion that, it's corrections that instructs QBE to do the work that it does and send those nasty letters in the past that we hope won't repeat. But is that something that you are looking at as the Minister for your department and system in terms of how we actually break this cycle and we stop this from happening into the future?
I have worked with the Commissioner and the Secretary looking at our corrections, workers' compensation to make sure that we case manage each person, especially on these serious cases, that they need to be given every opportunity to come back. And I think it's incumbent on us to do everything we possibly can to get people back. And I agree that we should manage everybody in their particular circumstances, that it's not okay to send people nasty letters or not communicate with people for a time. We've got to get better at doing this.
But do you think, Minister, that is this, I think the question is there a systemic issue or a structural issue, perhaps I should say, with the way we're operating, and that in fact we've had, I mean, the costs are quite astronomical to the public in terms of how we've conducted and the errors we've made. I suppose the question here is, do you have confidence that the current system, where we have corrections as the self-insurer that operates the way it does, do you think that structure is the most appropriate structure going forward to avoid what we've just seen over the past 7 years, which has been pretty horrendous?
I think in the case of the incident from Mr. Fitzpatrick and his colleagues, that was totally inappropriate for that to happen. Can I suggest that we've got to improve the system to make sure that every officer feels like they're supported into returning to work, and that will work very hard, and that's why I've asked the Commissioner and Secretary to look at our workers' comp and how we better support. Understanding that unique position that corrections officers must be similar to police and those sort of people that face very difficult situations, that I think the structure where you simply have an EAP line to ring up is very problematic, and I've heard that straight from officers that we need to manage each individual so that they can return to work as quickly as possible, because they want to return to work, and we've got to do everything we possibly can to reduce those long-term consequences of not having people getting back to work. So we're going to work really hard, and there wouldn't be a meeting that we go bust. I don't mention that in terms of what are we doing and what are we up to. And in fact, that's one of 19 different objectives. It's one of the main priorities that's reported on every 2 weeks to me about the progress of our workers' comp and how we get better at doing it.
Thank you. Perhaps if we weren't running Victorian era facilities, that might help as well. Sorry, I was probably... Minister, can I just move on to...
I'll take that as a comment.
Thank you. It was. Can I just move on to how we are dealing with our prisoners who are suffering from chronic illnesses? Again, perhaps, you know, the case studies help us because we know behind every single case study there are multiple. But I recently received, and I think we've written to you about this one, but somebody who has a condition such as Crohn's disease or an ulcerative colitis type of disease that requires a prisoner to have very consistent access to toilet facilities, basically. And without them, they are in a position where they literally are left to soil themselves and that sort of thing. If they're in a shared facility or something like that, that means that, you know, the cascading impact on a person like that in a facility. And in this case, Minister, one of the things that I just found absolutely horrendous was when they were transported from one facility to another, they were given a plastic bag within which to do their business while they were in a prison vehicle and handcuffed. So I'm just wondering, Minister, firstly, are you aware that those sort of things are happening? And if so, what are you doing about it?
Can I say that my office may have received notification of that specific incident. I'm not aware of that individual specific incidents. As you will know, that our medical treatment is obviously done by Justice Health. But I know that the department, our corrections, does cater for people with significant need in terms of physical, wellness, and that we work very closely with Justice Health. We certainly adapt our procedures and operational procedures to meet those people. But I'm certainly, as an operational issue, I'm more than happy if the Commissioner or one of your staff talk about some of the lengths that we go. I'm not aware of the...
Thank you. And Commissioner, if you could, while you're addressing this, I think it's right to assume the problem commences where Justice Health would report to a court saying, hey, we can deal with this kind of condition, when in fact perhaps we can't. And is that something that you would identify as where the problem arises?
Look, yeah, there is an issue, I think, of how magistrates might report that through to, corrective services or Justice Health. But I've had a recent conversation with Deputy Chief Magistrate to deal with that. We're going to put an addendum onto the warrant, which is actually specifying particular health conditions that we need to take into account when we receive someone into custody. But in general, if Justice Health come to us and say this particular individual has got these particular needs, then we can deal with them. We do have a hospital down at Long Bay with an 80-bed hospital where if somebody is ill, we can put that person into that facility. So, it's not as if this system doesn't have the capability of dealing with people with anything from dialysis through to severe mental illness. So.
But I think, Commissioner, I think the reason I give this specific example is this is not a hospital condition. This is every second of the day living. It's suffice to say, it's not even a dialysis issue where you go and you have that at a regular time.
Yep.
This is literally living every single waking and sleeping moment with a particular condition that requires some form of circumstance that allows you to have some dignity and live with that condition. Are we fit? is the system fit for purpose, or are there some conditions that we need to either modify the system or we need to divert these people elsewhere?
Yeah, well, certainly if they were in one of these Victorian era facilities, where everybody is doubled up, it would be an issue. But in general, the new facilities that we've built around a place would more than adequately cope with a person in that circumstance.
Do you think people with these particular circumstances, do you see that they would be highly susceptible through their vulnerability to mistreatment and actually, in fact, malicious treatment?
Yeah, I could see that, yes.
And do we
I'm not familiar with this particular case.
No, I accept that. And what do we do about that? What is our system for the parents outside of this man, say, 38-year-old man who's had this condition for most of his life?
Generally, it would be, Justice Health said this particular individual needs this condition, and we are able to provide that. Across the system, we have a capability. As I said, it's not everywhere, but we certainly have a capability of providing it if Justice Health would advise us that this particular individual requires these capabilities or these amenities.
I might be able to assist, Commissioner. So the cell placement of inmates takes in a range of information, including HP and FA health priority notification forms. So where Justice Health have a particular health condition that relates to an inmate that could affect their placement, they may not be able to be in a top bunk, they may need to be placed with another inmate, they may need an accessible bathroom, they may not be able to climb stairs. So those types of placement conditions are placed on that form that accompanies an inmate that has a particular health need that needs to be accommodated, and the staff that allocate cells and do the classification that's in Assistant Commissioner Jennifer Galouris's area take those health conditions into consideration when making placements.
That's not to say somebody hasn't fallen through the cracks, but,
Certainly.
in this instance, maybe.
So.
And so if somebody has fallen through the cracks, is the best thing we can do is draw this to the Minister's attention and then we try go back and redress it?
Yes. Look, even my attention would be fine. I could. I get representations from parents all the time about conditions, and I certainly act on them.
And if by chance there was video footage of somebody being transported in a corrections vehicle, would that be able to be made available to the parents who are really concerned about what actually happened and what their son had to go through?
I'd have to look at the individual case, sorry.
Thank you.
Before I made a judgment on that.
Thank you. Can I just ask how we're going with taking out hanging points in prisons?
Can I say that you identified another difficult part of the system, that ligature points in our custodial corrections are one of the areas that we continue to be focused on removing those ligature points. I'm more than happy for the Commissioner to talk about our program that we've got in. There's a constant program to remove as many ligature points as possible. Obviously, it's not always possible to remove every single point, but that certainly we're trying to reduce the number of ligature points, and we have a capital program. Maybe Leon can talk about Assistant Commissioner Leon Taylor can talk about the program that we're driving through the system and the funding that we've got for that even this year.
Sure, Chair. I mentioned earlier in evidence we have around 12,000 cells in New South Wales. Certainly the reduction of ligature points is a focus in those maximum security cells where inmates are contained overnight. So I mentioned, so there are 8,500 maximum security cells. I mentioned earlier kind of nearly 4,000 of those are new. The challenge is a significant one, but certainly one that the Commissioner is keen for the agency to make progress on, and we are doing that. So on those older cells, including some of the really old cells that we've spoken about already, we have a program, and the government has invested $6 million this year of new money in the 2022-23 budget On top of that, through the DCJ Minor Works program, additional monies have been committed for the refurbishment of cells, and that program in the last 18 months has refurbished 262 cells. Those cells are 85 cells at MSPC 3 at Long Bay, 105 cells at Long Bay Hospital, 34 cells in Tamworth, 76 cells at the MRRC, and we're about to start, that crew is about to move on to Silverwater Women's and do 43 beds in the induction area there. So we are making progress. It costs around $15,000 a cell on average, using Corrective Services Industries, inmate labour and trade overseers to refurbish a typical cell. But on top of cell refurbishment, as I mentioned earlier, there are other strategies that we are adopting in New South Wales to make cells safer. I've mentioned once or twice already the new beds. We retired through the prison bed capacity program 411 obsolete cells from 5 correctional centres that were retired, and that was part of the 2,500 beds that were retired as part of that program. In addition to that is the new technology trials that I mentioned in evidence earlier. As well, we are heading back to some of the temporary beds that were put in at the front end of the prison bed capacity program, which are largely bunk beds in single cells that the prison bed capacity program enabled us to turn what was a double cell in emergency situation back to a single cell. We now have a program separate to the refurbishment program that I mentioned a minute ago, where we are going into those centres and removing those top bunks to return those cells to their original condition. But having said that, look, and I want to be really sensitive to this issue. You know, it's a kind of very sad and tragic reality that inmates with enough distress and enough motivation do find ways to, self-harm and suicide apart from hanging points. There are other ways that inmates, do themselves harm, overdose, other forms of asphyxiation and harm. So it's really the focus on the technology that really motivates us, and there are other technologies that are aligning to assist that radar technology that I mentioned earlier, and the Digital Restart Fund that is allowing us to roll out the inmate tablets has a, I'll say unintended, but I say that in a positive sense, benefit that there's likely the positive outcome of that we can use the Wi-Fi associated with that system in a really cost-effective way to deploy the technological solution that I mentioned earlier.
Thank you. We're in opposition time. Can I ask a yes or no question? Can I just ask yes or no? Do we have a date set to achieve all hanging points removed from cells? It's just yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
Why not?
I think that's a bit unfair, Chair.
I got a yes or no, Minister.
No, I think that's a bit unfair. I mean, we operate 36 facilities right around the Assistant Commissioner has been very
If I can give a broader answer, this issue we need to walk and chew gum. We need to close particular parts of centres, refurbish them, and we had funds during COVID to do refurbishment in our most vulnerable areas, which are our remand and reception centres, and we are focusing our funds there, which is why I mentioned the MRRC. What I didn't mention earlier was Park Lee, which the committee will be aware is our other major reception centre, and when we assess risk, is a centre of higher risk. Part of that centre is brand new, part of it is old. So part of the funding that has been committed this year through MTC, the operator there, will be used there to refurbish beds as well. So we will continue as an agency to advocate to government to fund cell refurbishment to reduce and eliminate hanging points. Some of it hasn't, and it needs to be comprehensive. There's no use leaving a single hanging point in a cell for obvious reasons. So we've actually had to go back, and I mentioned Tamworth earlier, which is a centre that in earlier estimates was discussed around deaths in custody up there. It was a centre we went back to and did further works because we eliminated most of the hanging points. So the review and the risk assessment we're doing now is comprehensive. We will seek as an agency for government to continue to invest. We're doing that incrementally at $6 million. We'll do around 400 cells. And with the support of government, we'll continue incrementally in the years ahead to work through our older cells, but it's going to take some time. But we're committed to that, and it's good employment for inmates as well. It makes them safer, but it also keeps our inmates busy manufacturing cell furniture, giving them construction skills. So it's a good program. It's a good investment, and it's making cells safer, and it's training inmates in skills they can use on their exit from custody as well.
So, but to continue with that line, like it's not happening fast enough, and that's I accept because of the budget. So if I'm reading this year's budget correctly, you've got $6 million this year to do that?
Yeah, as
and what is that, 400?
I think, and I'm happy to answer on notice, I think there's another $2 million to make that $8 million that has been made available for that program through the DCJ
So how far does that get you?
Minor Works program at about $15,000 a cell. So 6 million does 400 cells, so 8 million does around 600 cells. Having said that, there is a component of it's a commercial. There's a little commercial sensitivity with the actual cost of the Park Lee cells that we're negotiating with NTC. They will do that work themselves using a private contractor, which will come at a greater cost than when we do it with inmate labour. But Miss Moriarty, yeah, around 600 cells at the $15,000
So
a cell.
sorry, that's around 600 this financial year
For
based
the
on this
8
year's
million, for
budget
8
allocation,
million, for $8 million,
which
yes.
is 6 plus 2. Okay.
Yep.
Because I've so
Yeah.
okay. And so how many more are there to go? And so this includes refurbishing to get rid of the hanging points, but also to make the cells safer. Redoing the furniture, getting rid of, in some places there's still like hooky type things on the wall. Does this include the monitors? Commissioner, you brought a monitor in last time, I think, to show us. Does that include those?
That monitor was the radar that Assistant Commissioner Taylor.
So does that mean this financial year there'll be 600 more cells with all of that done based on this budget?
That. We'll have to go for separate funding for that.
This is the new furniture and taking stuff off the walls.
Yeah. But in reality, when you're looking at, when you ask how many cells have we got left, some of those cells are cells that we want to retire as well. Sure. So we don't want to be throwing good money away after it's a very expensive process. We want to make sure that we come up with something that's going to work properly, and we've got other mechanisms where we would only put people that weren't at risk into those particular cells. But have you got a number?
Oh, look, I'm happy to respond on notice. There are around 5,500 cells that are between 1880 and the early 2000s. So I'm happy to respond on notice. If all of those needed a full refurb at 600 a year, that's it's gone over 8 or 10 years. But it's a little more nuanced than that. Ms. Moriarty. Yeah.
So where are we at with the iPads?
Great news.
Technology rollout.
6,500, I think, deployed. The latest numbers.
6,500 in 17 correctional centres.
And more to come.
Yep.
And is that what the $29.6 million to continue digital transformation of rehabilitation programs is in the budget? Anything else that covers?
Well, that pretty much covers, the Digital Restart Fund is all about
and the enabling
inmate
technology.
tablets. The real cost is actually fitting out the correctional centres with the Wi-Fi that Assistant Commissioner Taylor was referring to earlier, because that's quite a bit of infrastructure alteration required there.
Ideally with Wi-Fi that only the iPads could access, not the phones, yeah?
That's right. It's locked Wi-Fi.
Right. Okay, so how many does that mean? So where are we at with that? What's remaining?
Well, we've still got another, 6,000 odd inmates to go. Yeah.
If I can just add, Commissioner, we've got another 2,000 inmates who are in private correctional centres who have access to tablets and the IPV TVs at the 2 rapid build centres. So that brings us to about 8,500 inmates have access to that in-cell technology.
And are they the only places that will have the, what are they called, the inbuilt TV system, whereas the rest of them are going to have the portable,
That's right.
wheel it
yes.
in, wheel it out, plug it
Yeah,
in?
the rapid builds will have the screens in their little cubicles.
And the others are timed access?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll have the tablets.
Yep.
And I think corrections should be complimented on and acknowledged in the setting for the rollout of the tablet, something that came through COVID, but it proved very successful, not only with the officers, but the inmates as well, to let them remain connected to their family. Hopefully they get out and don't recommit crimes.
Indeed. Congrats, Commissioner.
Yeah.
But yes.
I can't claim credit for that one, but I could.
And okay, so 4.9 million for increased supervision of high-risk offenders when exiting facilities. So this is 20 over 4 years. This is the increasing community corrections
That's correct.
budget, which I'll come to in a bit,
Yes.
but that's, yep. 600 million for closing the gap supports. What's happening? What's that for? Obviously closing the gap, but what is specifically being done with that money?
I think it's an amalgamation of a few agencies, but I'll let Brendan comment.
That's 600 million across the whole government, not just for corrective services. So there's specific funds in the justice area around closing the gap that benefit corrective services. One of those is the design of improved through care for Aboriginal inmates, and that's being led in partnership with corrections by the Aboriginal Legal Service, so a non-government Aboriginal organisation working with corrections this year to design better through care for Aboriginal inmates.
And the $10 million to establish the Aboriginal Bail Advocacy and Support Service. Where are we at with that?
Yeah, that's again another funding arrangement that's being done with partnership with the Aboriginal Legal Service, and that's to establish bail advocacy for Aboriginal people in a number of court locations. We're currently in the process of signing a contract with the ALS to get them the funds to then get that service up as soon as we can after those funds get to them.
Is there, a time frame for that?
It depends on their recruitment, basically. Once we get the money to the ALS, it's up to them to recruit the staff. My understanding is they're hoping to get them on before the end of the calendar year.
Yeah. Speaking of recruiting staff, Project 800 was a mess. It was a significant failure, wasn't
There were
it?
some delays. I think a mess is a strong word, but
Significant failure?
I think it's, well, no. I think you do a disservice to the people that have been recruiting in DCJ. But can I say that it has taken too long? You're exactly right. It has taken too long, and I think there are a number of issues. As we know, that there's been skill shortages right across our state and every agency, not just corrections, that to recruit the requisite people is always tough going, especially when we're at the lowest rate, I think 3.3% unemployment, lowest ever across our state. So I think whilst it's good to see so many people unemployed, the bad news is it's actually difficult to recruit people. And you mentioned the Project 800. It has taken too long, I agree with it, but external forces have made it very difficult to reduce the right, to make sure that we get the right number of people applying. And in fact, I can update the committee, just if I may. They even gave me a note on it, Tara. So
How many have we recruited? I mean, look, I
Can I
think
say off the top of my head?
800. We want more staff. But
yeah,
staff.
I think that's a great thing. No, I think
and repeated it in May and repeated it in June.
No, I have actually good news.
We
on
would
this
have
one.
800 by
just
the end
off
of
the top of my
financial year,
head.
50 and
just-
190 in training. So what have
Okay.
we gotten to since then?
Yeah, no, and you're exactly right that that we talked about last estimates. I can confirm that the DCJ's talent acquisition team have received 6,691 applications under the program. They've also interviewed out of those people 2,314, and you must accept that that the recruitment of officers provides unique characteristics. Not only they have to be leaders in themselves. They have to be honest and reliable, have the right psychological disposition. And just off the top of my head, I'm sure someone will pass it to me now. I think there was about just over 600 that have been through training or are in training and Recruited.
Recruited
Recruited.
602.
602.
What does recruited mean?
If I can clarify, so 602 trainee correctional officers have been recruited under the program and booked for training. And then, since March of this year, 360 have completed that training and commenced their employment.
How many was that? Sorry, 360?
360,
Completed the training and commenced employment.
yes. And an additional 137 are currently undergoing their primary training at Rush Farm.
Okay.
That's kind of good news. I mean, it took too long, I agree, but, 600.
I bragged about it so hard.
Oh, that's sad.
It was.
Want more officers.
Okay.
More good
We
officers.
do. Fully on board. We need more. So 137. Sorry, that's in training now.
Oh, yes.
How many people started training but didn't complete it?
I do not have that.
We'll take it
figure
on notice
me.
unless someone has that.
I'm sorry,
No, I don't have that.
I don't have that figure.
And so So what does that give us? My maths isn't that
Over
quick.
600
360.
in training or have completed.
Okay, but how many are actually on the job?
360
360
On the job
plus,
as part of the.
on
yeah.
the job.
yes.
So since last estimates, it's gone up significantly.
Yeah, it has. So 137 doing training now. That still leaves a couple of hundred that haven't started it yet. Is that a timing thing and a capacity, which I can understand, the capacity of the training facility, or what's
No, it's we still have to find the people to fill those roles.
Okay.
It's really tough to recruit in this market, as you would appreciate, that that people have a multiple of vocations that they can choose for. We need the right people. As I said, there are over 6,000 people that put in their applications. Not everybody, obviously, is selected. If you look at those numbers, only 1 in 10 actually get selected. And when you run when you have people being able to get employed just about in any field, it is tough to find those people, and especially in the rural and regional areas where there's full employment. The agriculture and mining industry is going full steam ahead. It's very hard to recruit officers to those positions.
Yeah. So what's the breakdown? Because this was going to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the project was supposed to be spread. I mean, your facilities are spread across regional New South Wales
They are, yes.
and metropolitan. What's the breakdown in terms of recruitment? Is it easier, I assume, to fill the roles in metropolitan Sydney compared to regional New South Wales, or how is that going?
It certainly is, and we're having significant difficulties getting regional applicants.
Yeah. So can you give us a breakdown on the people, the numbers
take it on.
recruited in the city? You can take it on notice if you want, but
I meet every couple of weeks with
Yeah.
the team that's responsible for this, and those numbers, we can take it on notice, but there's in the region of like 40 or 50 here, 50 here that are vacant in those regional areas. And so it really is difficult, to continue staffing those areas at the moment, which results in lockdowns and things of that nature.
yeah. I mean, which is
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that is a problem that I'm going to come to because there are some that are suffering that more than others.
Yeah.
But so just to wrap up on this project, so, I mean, again, I accept you'll take it on notice, but what are we thinking, like, 80, 20%, 80% are metropolitan?
Yeah, I'd have to take that one on notice, but yeah, we're having a lot more luck getting people into metropolitan vacancies than we are in regional. Regional is a real problem. We've, undertaken a lot of different mechanisms to try and, interest people. That's almost 7,000 people that have applied. The bar is set, as the Minister said, higher because these are permanent roles. Previously, we used to recruit 100% casual.
Yeah.
This was 100% permanent role. So, we have to be very careful about who we employ.
And so, look, I mean, we need those people, we need the roles to be filled. I know that there are staff shortage issues even outside of the COVID period with people being off.
Yeah.
So I accept that. But, I mean, are there other targeted recruitment? Is there targeted recruitment being offered in some of these regional areas?
Yes. Well, obviously, we've got the normal social media stuff with Seek and so forth, and the Secretary's been kind enough to allow us to use the DCJ comms team to really ramp up a whole range of social media campaigns. But we've also targeted, I guess, things like veterans, coming out of the military, and we've sent teams up to various parts of Australia where they're having transition conferences. And we've also had difficulties recruiting women. So we've had to look at how we can, deal with that, make it more attractive to women. And also Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. We really want to increase, that's one of certainly my big key target areas, is to increase the employment of Aboriginal staff in corrections and find jobs that, are really, very attractive to them.
Yeah. And I mean, you would know as well as I do this, look, I accept the job market is what it is, but the longer it takes, the more burnout people feel because they're doing extra shifts, which is great financially for a period of time, but burnout is real. We don't want to be in a situation where we can't. We've talked about retaining staff at previous estimates. I mean, that's an issue because of the stuff I talked about earlier, but
we have very low attrition rates, around about 5%, which is pretty low. But nevertheless, because of all these additional resources we required to deal with COVID, it's really put a huge strain on the staff in facilities. I'm looking at, how we deal with that in the short term by, perhaps mothballing some areas so that we can, concentrate inmate numbers in a particular area and transfer those staff to that area to prop up the staffing levels required. Does that mean closing some facilities temporarily? It would mean closing parts of some facilities or maybe a whole facility just for a short period of time, so we can wait till we get the numbers that we require. But also we've got to consider that there was a couple of thousand beds set aside for COVID isolation and quarantine, which we're gradually turning beds off there, so that will mean we can release the pressure on the system in that fashion as well. But just in answer to your previous question about how many people have started training and not finished, I can say around 50. Okay. And they've either left of their own volition or didn't pass the firearms training.
Right.
I may just add that one of the things that we are trying to do and are getting better at is to work through the screening processes. That is a challenge with, and just some of the things, psychometric testing, police checks, medicals, interviews, references, those things do take time, but we've tried to streamline those. But the plan remains to recruit and commence 800 people this year.
This year?
Yes.
Okay.
That'll be in March, April estimates, won't it?
Well, we've just discussed
I won't be here.
Committing to numbers, yeah.
Just saying, just...
Yeah. I have 10 seconds, so I can start anything or you can...
Yeah.
I'm happy to go.
Go.
Yeah. Minister, can I just go to the funding differences between private prison operators and other facilities, and the difference there in terms of maintaining the facilities? So, I suppose we're looking at, is there a profit margin on those private facilities that is paying for themselves, or how are we broaching that difference?
Can I say that we have 36 correctional centres right across the state. Out of those 3, as you would know, are privately run facilities. They're under contracts, significant contracts, significant in terms of voluminous and detailed contracts, as I understand it, to run those facilities. One would expect, and I'm not in a position to say what the profit level in terms of those private facilities are. However, can I say that there are some advantages that private facilities run. They bring a sense of and new ideas and innovation into the system, that we can look at what they're doing and learn from what private operators are doing. But in terms of direct comparison, I'll let the Commissioner talk about what we're doing in that space. But it is a very hard space because a prison, it's very hard because some are remand prisons, some are minimum security, some are transitional centres. So it is very hard just to say this is the average cost of a prisoner because they all vary between locations. You may have Broken Hill, for instance, where I was out there, and we have less than 50 prisoners. It's a very small, and yet you still need to run the full operations. And yet you have some very large, you have some remand prisons where it's very expensive to have them. As we talked about before, the biggest risk to prisoners are when they in the first 6 weeks of being put in custody that's when all the problems happen. They come off the street, they may have a comorbidity of different issues, and that the officers have to deal with those. So I'll let the Commissioner talk about the work that we're doing that in terms of looking at those costs. But just to confirm, there are contractual obligations that we must observe and we enforce about our commercial partners.
Is it fair to say it is cheaper for you as the Minister to be running a private facility, to be contracting to a private facility than a public facility?
I don't think that's as easy to say as that. So it depends about what measures you're using. I would say, and we're just, Commissioner, if you'd like to talk about the work that we're doing around that. As I said, they're all different, which is, remote, regional, type of prison, type of prisoners, number of prisoners that they actually have. So it is a very difficult comparison. It's not easy just to say this is the average cost. It would be great if we could, but it's not.
Thanks, Minister. Yes, the Inspector of Custodial Services recommended in her Park Lee report, I think it was recommendation number 1, that we engage in a process to examine the value for money for private sector prisons. And, I'll also include the John Moroney Correctional Centre in that as well. So there's the 4 facilities that we're examining at the moment to understand, what is the value for money proposition and what is the performance proposition in comparison to the public sector.
And can I ask who's doing that work?
Yes, a private firm that and the individual that we've got contracted to do that is someone who's had a lot of experience in over probably almost a decade in corrections in New South Wales, examining costs and writing business cases for the agency. So very experienced in understanding public and private costs. But nevertheless, it's been an incredibly complex situation because you have to get the right assumptions, and those assumptions are critical in terms of determining, where you situate the public and the private in terms of their costs. Because we really want to look at, the overall cost, so that might be all the overheads associated with managing the private sector, costs of tendering, etc. And in the public sector, all the overheads associated with the public sector.
And I think it's fair to say we're trying to look at the value for money rather than the net individual cost of the things. So
yes,
we're interested in
that's right.
Lots of other things like recidivism rates or assaults or other aspects which play an important role of what we do.
So it's not just cost; it's performance as well.
Of course. So are there any plans on our part or any private partner's part to build any new prisons at this point?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Are there any plans to extend existing facilities?
We
Not
continue
just
to
upgrade.
modify. Depends what you mean to extend and upgrade. I think it's like painting the Harbour Bridge. You start at one end, and as soon as you get to the other end, you still have to paint. So we have a infrastructure plan which we're working on at the moment. And
Does the question is though, does it involve an expansion? So more bed capacity, more prisoner capacity?
Yes. We'll try and expand. Maybe, Commissioner, you want to talk about that capacity, and some of them will be changed from one use to another use, but certainly we'll continue to evolve our sites over time, and I think it always has to be the same. We have to continue to change to meet the demand of the people that we have incarcerated and the new ways of doing things.
There's 2 facets to that. There's obviously those beds that are not, fit for purpose in terms of, being able to provide, contemporary correctional practice. But also we are cognizant of the fact that Boxar are predicting increases in prison population, and we need to plan ahead for that, because as you'd be aware, just the whole process of getting a new prison is probably about a 7-year process, to get all the plans done, the business cases, the funding and design and construction. It's not it's something you have to really look ahead if you want to keep ahead of the game.
So in terms of looking ahead, what figure are you using? What in terms of planning, what's your increased prisoner figure that you're planning on?
Look, I might hand over to, because I can see Assistant Commissioner Taylor is looking at me expectantly.
Oh, did I give that? Oh, thank you, Commissioner.
Chomping at the bit.
Yeah, look,
His eager.
look, the Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research do model the growth of prisoner numbers, and look, it's an imperfect science, as I'm sure the committee might agree, but they are forecasting that in late 2027 that the total cell capacity within New South Wales will be exceeded. So, as the Commissioner mentioned, we're working on our corrective services infrastructure strategy so that we can advocate to government to avoid another prison bed capacity crisis. The committee, or certainly the agency, remembers well the prison bed crisis that emerged in 2015 when we literally ran out of beds. So
Are we planning to move to the Thailand model at that point?
let's hope not.
Sorry.
What's the Thailand?
That's very unfair, Chair.
Sorry,
You
where
know
we
you should
where
do
we
that.
release people, and because anyway, sorry. Carry on. Sorry, can I just ask? Sorry to interrupt. I know it's rude, and I apologise, but we've got very little time left. Is your understanding that modelling and what you're planning on based on our current recidivism rate, which is not a particularly good one,
Yeah, look, and,
international standards?
AC Galeras is best placed for that, but look, notwithstanding the very best efforts on reducing reoffending and that forecast of 2027 by Boxar bakes in reducing reoffending based on population growth at around 200, whatever the ROG's number is, around 200 per 100,000. The best successes of reducing reoffending move that horizon, maybe out, 6 months or a year. It's prudent for the department to be planning now and have the plans in place and a strategy in place in front of government so that investment can be made to deal with future capacity constraints in a non-emergency context. And we are ever so ambitious around our reducing reoffending efforts. But the department still needs to continue to plan for that 2027 horizon based on the Boxar forecast that baked that in.
And I think it should be noted that you've had some success with reoffending rates, 8 quarters of downward pressure on those reoffending rates. So some of the signs of the program before my time seems to have been come forward, that maybe Assistant Commissioner.
It's absolutely commendable, but we were starting at an alarming place in terms of recidivism based on.
Yeah, that was before my time. I'd just like to say.
I acknowledge that, and we'll have plenty of time this afternoon if that's okay. Thank you. Just back on the private prison operations point, are they subject? Does the motivation or need to generate a profit from these institutions, does that have different pressure mechanisms in terms of performance that you're aware of, Minister?
Can I say that those performance mechanisms, as I understand it, are all contractually bound and that they're strictly monitored by operations? Perhaps I'll ask Kevin to talk about. Whether they make a profit is none of my concern whatsoever. I just want them to perform at the highest ability that they can and fulfil their contract and, in fact, exceed those contracts. But I don't care.
And Minister, are you gauging that? Do you do the sort of comparative analysis in terms of performance and you're satisfied with how things are tracking?
I think the Commissioner just talked to us about doing that value for money across not only our privates but our public sectors to see what is best value for money. It's a very difficult thing. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's just a very difficult thing. I mean, if you look at somewhere like Parklea, which is a higher remand prison, it's very hard to estimate the total cost, the costs and all the assumptions underlying that and the model that you're using it. But as I said, I don't care whether, it doesn't worry me if they make money or they don't make money. What concerns me is that they live up to their contract performance specification, and hopefully they'll exceed those specifications. And I've met all the operators, and can I say they seem to me very dedicated to doing that. But there is an operational element in terms of the whole team that actually worries about the contracts.
Yes.
And I'll let the Commissioner
There
talk
is.
about those.
Yes, the contracts are written in such a way at the moment that there are abatements if they fail to meet their contractual obligations, which are those KPIs that are set as targets. And there are also significant, I guess, I'll call them abatements, but there is another word for them if a significant incident occurs, such as a death in custody or an escape.
Thank you. There's been some recent, coverage on the deal between Corrective Services and Unisys. And there's been some concern about the use of technology and the idea of capturing the facial recognition data and the biometrics data in prisons. Is that something, Minister, that are you aware of the criticism or more than criticism, the concern, the fears around that?
I think that in general public there's always a concern about the capturing of biometric data. Can I say that our prisons right across, whether it's public or private, actually capture biometric data anyway, and I'll let the Commissioner talk about
Yes.
what we actually capture and how we use it to make our prisons more secure and safer.
Thanks, Minister. Yes, we do capture biometric data at the moment in the form of fingerprint and iris scans. We would like to move to facial recognition, but I think what people need to understand is that these are, data points that we're capturing. We've also got palm vein readers as well, so we're capturing the veins inside the hand. So there's a number of different types of technology that we're using. And of course, just taking a photograph of an inmate and putting it on their card is a capture of biometric data as well. So that's something we've been doing for a long time. We're in the process of upgrading our biometric systems, and that's a project that's being run through the DCJ Infrastructure and Assets branch.
And is this relates to the
Sorry.
Unisys and the $13 million
Yeah.
contract over the
I
next
might
4
hand over
years?
to Assistant Commissioner Taylor, who's right on top
Yeah,
of that.
thanks, Chair. So in 1996, inmate George Savis walked out of Goulburn with a fake moustache and a wig, which was particularly embarrassing for the agency in those times. So our biometric technology was first installed in New South Wales prisons in the year after that event in 1997, and since then it has been rolled out and has become quite a mature and a network system across all our correctional centres. So it's essential for us to know without any question the identity of everyone who goes in and out of a correctional centre, be that inmate, staff or visitor. The current system in place is over 10 years old. The vendor went insolvent a couple of years ago and the system is no longer supported. The modern way of capturing biometric data is no longer iris scans or fingerprint. As the Commissioner mentioned, facial recognition is a better way to capture people's unique data. What I will point out importantly is, unlike perhaps the system for pokies or that might exist in the retail sector, people's facial data is captured when they submit to the actual reader that exists at the prison gatehouse. It doesn't capture their data if they're walking outside the prison or just walking around inside the gatehouse. It's the same system that exists at the moment where someone needs to come to the gate and, in the instance of a visitor, voluntarily offer their biometric data. The data is held only in Corrective Services database. It's not connected with other external databases that may also hold biometric data. So the system that is replacing the current system it's faster, it's safer in terms of cybersecurity.
And is it fair to say much more sophisticated?
Much more sophisticated, quicker for staff to get into the gate, and it is a good investment. And
are you satisfied that you have, so the concerns around this, because obviously we have made enormous leaps in this technology, are you, one of the concerns, for example, from the former Human Rights Commissioner was that we don't really have yet a sort of adequate protectionist legal system that copes with this incredible leap?
I think that, and I'm heading into territory that's not my expertise, but there's probably a broader issue in the community in terms of artificial intelligence around these type of things. I mean, there is also potential incredible benefits around this technology. I mean, the type of artificial intelligence that we don't have and we're not investing in at the moment, but it would be capability that would be excellent in prisons, is to be able to do some of our manual processes like mustering inmates using artificial intelligence, dealing with associations within prison, as you would appreciate, 12,500 prisoners and the very difficult process of keeping different cohorts of inmates apart. A system that could ensure that two inmates that it isn't safe for them to associate, artificial intelligence could certainly keep them apart. So we are watching what's happening internationally with interest. I think there is real opportunity for corrections to adopt artificial intelligence technologies to do some excellent things that would make our prisons safer and more efficient.
And do you accept that that has to be commensurate to the right protections that don't currently exist in terms of? I mean,
I imagine the community government will catch up with certain processes that we'll, as an agency, need to adhere with in the future, which is why artificial intelligence isn't part of the system that we're installing at the moment. And I suggest perhaps the article to which you reference made assumptions that we were, providing a more intelligent system than in fact we are, which is a replacement system of our current identity system.
And Minister, you would accept that, we are talking about the cohort of some of the most vulnerable people, as you alluded to earlier, in the community, so that when they are released, there needs to be extra cautious measures that this biometric data, etc., whether it is right we do it in the first place is another question, but if in fact that's the path you are going down, that we really, look at the hacks we've just seen recently, and we're talking about the most vulnerable people will be released into the community and possibly all of their data as well.
I agree with you that we must be extra cautious in terms of how we collect, manage and share that information. I'm assured that on my note here that all our information is stored and encrypted, stored on the DCJ internal network and encrypted. For those that are visiting, the new system, the contactless modes of identification, images will be deleted after the nominated period, and that's my advice is it's 6 months or earlier by written requests to those visiting. The system is not connected to any other external biometric databases and cannot match people that have not enrolled at Corrections Services New South Wales entry point for those visitors or people seeking entry, and data created on enrolment at a Correctional Services New South Wales facility is not shared with any other agency or database. Identification only occurs when the enrolled persons present in front of a biometric workstation at a correctional facilities, and persons entering a correctional centre will experience faster enrolment and verification than their current system. But I think we're cognizant, and I think you do bring up a good point, that what we do with that data, how we store it, is particularly important. But I think it does offer some particular advantages for the management of our safe management of our correctional facilities.
Thank you.
And
if we get it right.
The Minister mentioned it's an enhancement from the current system that if someone doesn't present to one of our facilities within a 6-month period, their biometric data, the system deletes that data, and when they come, they'll need to re-enrol if they've not entered the facility in that period.
Thank you. I think we've got 3 minutes each left. We've got time for one more question with the good Minister.
Okay, what will I pick? Two quick
You're
questions.
going to say nice goodbye to me.
I'll say goodbye. So I'm going to come back to this in the afternoon, but community corrections. So 2018, there were some more flexible ways of dealing with people on community corrections orders. Are you confident that if people breach those orders or breach parole arrangements, that they're being dealt with appropriately?
Can I say that that there has been an emphasis with the changes in the Bail Act and various other pieces of legislation? I think Sandra Crawford, the Assistant Commissioner, is best talking about the community corrections and the way that we actually monitor those individuals in the community, whether they're on bail, whether they're on parole. But there's, depending upon your classification and the individual nature of the criminal or the inmate or the offender, whichever you like to call it, and the orders that are produced, that they have a rigorous system to actually monitor those people in the community. That's subject to their risk of reoffending and their particular nuances of their particular situation. But Assistant Commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, I will come back to this in the afternoon. I do want to spend some time on it.
So as you would
but
know,
I do hear from your staff that sometimes things are reported through the proper channels, and then things aren't done for people who breach.
I would say to you, if any breaches are notified and they're not followed up, they should contact either the Commissioner or Assistant Commissioner or myself, and we'll thoroughly investigate them. Can I say it's a big system? We have 35,000 people currently under community service orders or in parole or on bail. That is a big system, and that through all the best intentions and the modelling you can do, occasional problems happen. And whilst we don't like them and they can become very embarrassing, but certainly we review those cases when there are those and find out what went wrong. Are they systemic errors? Sometimes people just do the wrong thing no matter what they're out for. They commit another type of crime that you're not really expecting. It's just a fact of human nature. But the dedicated staff that we have in community corrections, I've been to about 20 of your offices now.
You have.
Spoken to the wonderful staff there. They do a really good job, and they compile all this evidence and then work very closely with some of those offenders. Even to the point I was at, I think it was Burke where I was, community corrections, and they actually drove an offender who was released. I think it was on bail, or he could have been on. Anyway, he was released on bail. They drove him 2 hours to get back to his out town because they have the tyranny of distance out there where there is no public transport to get home, or there's one bus a week that goes there and from, and they actually drove him 2 hours home just to make sure he got home okay, because if you're sentenced in Dubbo, it may take you 3 days to get back to your hometown, which is, what are you going to do with no money and no family and no support? It's a very difficult situation because of that distance and their communities that they actually come from.
It is. They do a good job. I'll come back to the details this afternoon, though. I think my time's up. But
Thank you. Minister, what's your view right now on raising the age of criminal responsibility to 14?
Well, no, I agree with the government policy where it is.
That we shouldn't be raising the age? Is that government policy? It's very, very sketchy at the moment. I don't actually understand clearly what is government policy. So I'm asking what your view as the Minister for Corrections is.
I agree with the government policy, as I should.
Which is what, Minister?
With the government policy.
Which is not to raise the age or to raise the age?
Not to raise the age.
Okay, thank you. What about...
is my own personal opinion. But these are matters that obviously Cabinet will consider from time to time, and that's what the AG will put forth. And
does it concern you that your view, Minister, is absolutely in conflict with so many other states and jurisdictions and international standards of what the criminal age of responsibility ought to be? That we are literally...
No, because that's why we have a Cabinet process that you can actually debate those issues within Cabinet. That's what happens. As a minister, you present your ideas and your policies. It goes to Cabinet, then it's discussed in confidence, and then we come out with a clear and united position.
Well, I'm sure there are millions and millions of people that hope you're not at the next Cabinet meeting putting forward your view. Because really, if the idea is not, if your opinion is that we should not be raising the age, that's terribly controversial.
I'll take that as a comment.
Thank you, Minister. What about the fact? How do you feel that your system right now, compared to international systems of corrections, that we are in the hybrid of public-private, and that our recidivism rates are not good compared to systems like the Nordic systems and others, where we are seriously focused on rehabilitation as the primary goal, consistent with punitive, as opposed to ours that tends to look and appear as if it's punitive first?
As a personal comment, can I say that I must commend the agency, the great work that they do day in, day out, 365 days a year. Can I say I've run many agencies now. I've had good experience across agency. And as I always say, there's no better agency well run than Corrections Services New South Wales. Can I say we run some of the best corrective services centres that world class, some of them. We have best examples. Can we learn from other people like Nordic system? Absolutely. We can learn different ways, but we're in our own unique set of circumstances. I understand that their system is slightly different or different from us. Can we learn from other states or jurisdictions? Yes, we can.
And what are we doing?
Continue.
What are we doing, do you think? What are we actually doing? What's one specific thing we're doing to learn from, say, the Nordic system?
Well, I'll give you an example of what we're learning from, say, South Australia. We were at a conference recently with other commissioners and other ministers looking at their rates of reoffending and the use of electronic monitoring in actually fact of keeping people out of jail. I think what we've got to do is aim for those people that it's appropriate to put them in things like home detention or keep them out of jail. I think we should, wherever possible, if they're non-violent, non-sex-based offences, that we should do everything we can to keep people out of jail as our first thing. But I think we suffer from, just like many other the problems we suffer from, they turn up to corrections facility and we're legislated to take care of those people, put them in safe, humane conditions and look after them. We're trying very hard to stop recidivism. But I think we've heard before that the problem happens way before that in those broken families and broken communities, or the drug addiction issues or the mental health issues that we've got to get right as well, that we're actually symptomatic of what's happening. When they get to us, we've got to look after them in terms of, giving them safe, humane treatment. But I'm always saying we should, provide the best of training that we can possibly do, give them work experience so that they can get some skills so they get out with a job, give them the programs that we can, as many programs as we can to address their reoffending rates. But we can only do our part in the puzzle. So I think we're symptomatic of a whole, from a family and community services right to the judicial system to us, and then we have to play our role in stopping reoffending. So I think it's a complicated answer to how our part of the puzzle that we've got to work better with our colleagues, but certainly we can learn from lots of other jurisdictions.
Thank you. We're in government time now. Over to the government if you do have any questions.
I actually don't. That was a pretty good summation we just heard from the Minister a moment ago, so I might leave it at that.
Well said.
Thank you. Thank you.
Farewell, Minister, in
So-
retirement, unless we have supplementary hearings.
Thank
I'd
you.
love to come back.
Thank you, Minister Lee, for attending this hearing. We are finished with your questioning. The committee will now break for lunch and will return at 2 p.m. for those of you that
Thank you.
are coming back for
Thank you,
further
Chair.
questions. 2 p.m. Thank you, everybody. We'll now recommence the hearings and over to the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Has anyone got any answers that you want to provide from earlier this morning? It's just an usual open request at this point.
Yes, I have some documents that I'd like to table in relation to assaults. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other answers? Yep. Okay, no problem. I just got a couple of follow-up questions from things that I just want to follow up from this morning. There was some discussion about a report that was being done on public versus private. Didn't quite get to the answer about who was doing the report. Can I ask who is doing the report, and more importantly, whether it will be public or if I'll have to go fishing for it?
Do you want the name of the person?
Yeah.
Yes. His name is Kyron Bradley. And I guess, the report will potentially be used to inform, Cabinet about, future decisions. So it may well be Cabinet in confidence. Not 100% certain of that at this point in time.
But that's at the moment. That's where it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
Be due to go to the minister.
That's what
Cabinet.
it's being treated like at the moment.
And what's the timeline for that?
Well, I had hoped it had been finished by now, but the complexity of it is probably another 2 or 3 weeks away before it's complete.
Okay. So 2 to 3 weeks that it'll be finished by the person, go through you, presumably, and then to the minister. So, 2 months before cabinet, roughly? I wouldn't hold you to this, but just so I've got an idea of.
Yeah, potentially that would be probably the time frame, I'd say. Yeah.
Okay. We also, when we were talking about staff recruitment, there was some discussion about, because there's some issues with filling some roles, potentially closing some sections or some facilities. Can you give me an idea of, you must have given some thought to what those places might be?
We have, yes. So I think we've put up a brief to the minister on that, and there's probably about 4 or 5 areas that we're considering. Some we've already mothballed just to release staff to go and work in other parts of the centre or other parts of the complex. So we're constantly reviewing that. And the areas that we've mothballed at the moment include parts of Long Bay and Emu Plains. But I just want to reiterate that these are only temporary solutions because we just don't have the staff.
Yeah, and you're recruiting.
We're trying to work out ways in which we can get more staff on the ground to make sure we can do the business that we need to do.
Yep, understood. So it's just those 2?
Yeah, I think that's the only 2 we've got at this point in time, but I think there's probably another 2 or 3 that we're considering. Once we get ministerial approval, then we'll start the consultation process.
I mean, do you want to tell us what those 3 are?
Do I need to? Point of order. That's clearly a question for the minister, not for the officials.
Well, I mean, to the point of order, the officials are the ones doing the planning and have to run the facilities or not. So if they want to take it on notice, I can't answer it. It's matter for them, but it's about the running of these places.
Yeah, I prefer to talk to the staff first before we, announce it in public.
But we are at the point where you've decided, or you not decided, but you know which places.
Yeah, we put proposals up to the minister for consideration.
So they have been provided to the minister. And what's the timeline around that?
Well, hopefully in the near future, because we are experiencing this stress on staff around the system at the moment.
Yeah, understood.
And there are places we just can't do this, that are experiencing severe stress.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to relieve the pressure on staff.
Yeah, I totally understand.
Yeah.
When was that provided to the minister?
Probably a couple of weeks ago, I'd say.
Has the minister responded?
Not yet.
Okay. just in terms of recruitment, there were a number of vacancies for psychologist positions, other mental health positions. I understand there's a distinction between Justice Health and you, but can you tell me where out of those positions been filled? Are we still recruiting?
Sorry, which positions are you talking about?
So vacancies for psychologists and other mental health professionals, is that recruited by Justice Health or?
No, that's our recruitment.
Yep.
And what I might do is hand over to Assistant Commissioner Galoutsis to respond to this one.
So over the last 12 months, we've undertaken quite an extensive recruitment campaign for psychologists, and we have increased the number of psychologists we have on staff, but at the same time, we've increased the number of positions, psychologist positions. So we still have a vacancy rate that we need to address. And we've got a number of things that we're exploring at the moment. We've got a cadetship program for Aboriginal psychologists, where we're looking to attract and retain Aboriginal psychology students and provide them with a vocational pathway into a psychology career with corrective services. We're also looking at establishing some partnerships with universities in the forensic psychology space so that we can create a pathway for people coming through that program. And we're also looking at other incentives to attract psychologists to regional areas, and that's where we have the biggest challenge in attracting psychologists, is in our regional locations.
Yeah, it's a problem everywhere with that profession. I know there's not enough of them to go around. How are you going with it? How many vacancies are there? Where are they?
I'd have to take that on notice. I wouldn't want to give you the wrong answer, but I do have those figures, just not with me at the moment. Yeah.
Sure.
But we have, when we started that campaign about 12 months ago, it has been very successful, but that we still have a gap because we increased the number of positions that we have. So the percentage is still higher than we'd like it to be, but I'll take that on notice for the year.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. And I get why there's a gap. I'm glad that there are more that you want to recruit. I understand that there's an issue, but the lack of mental health support in a lot of these places is something I've asked about before. I'm going to ask about it again. In fact, I might as well do it now. This has come up at every budget estimates that I've been at, and I know before, and it's come up in a number of these inspectors' reports. You know, people are at the worst point in their lives, whatever their circumstances are. We need to make sure there's support available. Again, I know there's a distinction between what Justice Health do and how they work in with you and St Vincent's and in the other private places, but what are we doing to address the gaps in mental health support?
Did you want to?
Yep. So we've got a couple of initiatives at the moment. Obviously, the attraction and retention of psychologists is key to providing that service. Working closely with Justice Health, we're working with them on a initiative to provide through care support, people coming through, people being released from custody. We do have a statewide specific needs service that works with people when they come into custody around their mental health needs, works with the Mental Health Review Tribunal to support them when they're coming out of custody. So that is a statewide service. We are looking to expand that service as well, but they're the main areas that we're working on to address that mental health need.
Okay, and so that's statewide, but what about, so when these issues are raised in inspector reports, so for example, the most recent ones we've talked about this morning, Lithgow, Goulburn, I think Puckley was one before that. All of these places raise specific issues in each of these facilities about the lack of mental health support or access to that support. So I hear you about the broad approach to this, but how are we making sure that each of these facilities are providing that service properly?
So Justice Health would respond to those recommendations of the inspector.
Yep.
So probably be more of a Minister of Health question.
So there's no, it's just a matter for Justice Health, not a matter at all for you, or how?
If we're
corrections
talking
deal
about
with it?
mental health nurses, yeah, it would be a question for Justice Health.
Okay, and what about people getting access to appointments, which was also an issue that's been raised? That's
Yes.
a matter really for you
No, that
in
is
terms of getting them to appointments?
it is a matter for Justice Health and ourselves. And, to that point, we have recently put in place a new medical escort unit, and that's servicing the metropolitan area and the Hunter. And, I think what we're doing there is really relieving the pressure on correctional centres to provide escorts for medical escorts, for specialist appointments or hospital appointments. So that initiative, I think, has really enabled a lot more people to have access to specialist appointments than were in the past. We've also got the schedulers working in the same office as the medical escort unit staff, so there's a real liaison happening now, and rationale behind when people can go to their appointments. So we're really making sure that we're maximising the escort usage to get people out to particular appointments.
Okay, because this is something, I don't have the report in front of me, but I did ask about it last time, the Auditor General's report, in terms of missed appointments, missed health appointments. I probably there will be people who refuse to go to appointments, I accept that, but there shouldn't be as many missed appointments as there were based on the fact that people don't have control over their own movement. So that's a matter for you to make sure they get them.
That's right. And this is what the initiative we've put in place. It doesn't address all the regional areas, but it certainly made a big difference in the metropolitan area.
Right.
If I can add to that too, one of the other initiatives we have is around technology. So using building alcoves within those regional centres so that people can access psychologists in metropolitan areas. So we don't necessarily need psychologists at every single prison. We can still provide that emergency access and access to appointments to try and reduce the number of cancellations.
Yeah, so this is the online, so there's a private room where people can meet with a medical professional
Or a psychologist.
online. Yeah, okay. And are they in, so how many facilities have you got those services, or how many facilities have you got those facilities in?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've got that in the notes. Yes, we will have to take that one on notice.
I want to ask, there was an idea floated publicly, I think a couple of months ago, about a facility, an Aboriginal-run facility, or a facility being handed over to be run by Aboriginal people for Aboriginal inmates.
Yes.
Can I ask, where is that up to? Is it any further than an idea? Is there any planning for it?
It is an idea, and it's something we're working with Brendan Thomas on. But it's not a correctional centre per se. It's more of a transitional centre. So we would, maybe release people on Section 26 out into that centre, or have it as a diversion centre. We do have a diversion centre in operation already up in the north of the state for Aboriginal inmates. So, but that's run by us. The concept here would be to look at NGOs and to see whether they'd be interested. We've already had discussions with the Canadians who run a similar First Nations facility over there. New Zealand has something similar. Obviously, we need to nuance it to the New South Wales experience. So, we listen to what is happening in those other jurisdictions, but we would come up with our own solution. So we're consulting with Aboriginal groups at the moment, and it will be some time, I think, before we get to a point where we can make a recommendation to the government. And the Minister's always asking us to innovate, and so that's what we were looking at doing, coming up with something that might or might not work. We don't know yet. We're just going to have a look at the concept and see if anything comes of it.
Yep. Okay, so meeting with groups from other countries where this is a similar sort of thing is in practice, and potentially people who can run it is where it's up to.
That's right.
In terms of potential.
Yeah, we've raised it at various committees around the place. So.
Okay. Can I ask? So my colleague asked some questions about deaths in custody earlier. I just want to ask some more broad questions about deaths in custody. First of all, can I get some numbers? I know you provided some earlier. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I think they were specifically Aboriginal deaths.
Yeah,
or were they total?
I'm
after both anyway.
20, I can say that in 2021, 22 there were 29 non-Indigenous deaths and 5 Indigenous deaths. Total of 34.
That's this year?
That was 21, 22.
21, 22.
22, 23. My numbers are 4 non-Indigenous and 2 Indigenous. Total of 6.
So we've talked about this before as well, and I understand this was being reviewed, but I'm not sure where it got to in terms of reporting deaths. So you used to report deaths in custody. I know some of them are natural causes, some of them are not.
Yeah.
You used to report them, then you stopped. I think there was some discussion about potentially starting to report them again. Is that something that's going to happen or not?
So when you say reporting, how do you mean? Like a publication?
Yep.
Yeah, I think those figures are published in the ROGS data every year.
But so once a year there'll be a total figure as opposed to the circumstances around
So
when
you're
something
talking-
might happen.
Yeah, well, unfortunately with deaths, they are subject to a coronial inquiry. Okay, there is a report online which happens after notification to the family, but in terms of the circumstances, we are circumspect about that because obviously coronial police investigation, coronial inquiry, and we would always wait, for that coronial inquiry to conclude.
Yeah, so I think that might be the change that I'm talking about. So between last estimates and now, I understand that. So that's probably the change. So things were reported in some form when they were not, except for at the end of the year. So that's okay, and I accept that. But so the details, and I accept that families have to be notified and comfortable with all of this information. But I mean, people die in facilities that are run by the state, so it is of interest that the public be told the circumstances when people die. So what information is available in this online report?
Okay, so what information is available is the details of the inmate's age, gender, Aboriginality, custodial location and place of death.
Okay. And there's no plans to change that?
Sorry, there's
No plans to change that?
No.
That'll still be in place?
that'll continue on.
Can I just, we talked about another issue in terms of storage of people's information with the biometric stuff earlier. The x-rays, what happens to the information, the body scanners that's collected from the scanners?
Look, the last information I saw that we are required to retain that information for, I think it might be 70 years.
For inmates.
For inmates, yeah.
The public is not that.
So,
So you have to keep a scan of each person that goes through an x-ray machine for 70 years?
correct.
Do you have any idea
That was
why?
the last information that I recall seeing, yes.
Yeah, is that so? That's a legal requirement.
It's a legal requirement, yeah. Oh, sorry.
45
Only-
years. So full body X-ray scanning records are stored 45 years for inmates, 7 years for visitors.
Oh, sorry, I got a little bit mixed up. 45
Individuals
years.
may apply to access their information to see what's there,
Yeah.
but those are the time frames.
I mean, that's still extraordinary. Why would you have to keep a scan for 45 years?
It's,
You would know at that moment in time if there was an issue with the scan, if someone had something
Look,
on their
Well,
person.
no, it's not that. It's the fact that it's a radiation producing device that's not being used for medical purposes. It's being used for security purposes. So I think that's why the EPA chose to go
Come back on notice. So the EPA regulate us in this space.
Yeah.
My assumption is it's part of our licence agreement, but happy.
No, that is
Happy.
What
to
is the
respond.
radiation level? I know this has come up before, but
It depends on the machine. We have two different types of machines. One of them produces a radiation level of around 2 to 3 microsieverts, and the other one produces about a radiation level of about 0.1 of a microsievert.
Right.
I think.
Yeah, 0.2.
0.25, sorry. 0.25 a microsievert.
right. And where is the information stored? I mean, I'm interested in that answer, but also a follow-up question, and I don't want to hold up the whole picture, but I get that you guys want to show when you find things on a person.
Sure.
But a couple of months ago, the department posted a picture that had too much information about the person. I understand that you want to let us know when you find contraband. I don't need to know if a person is circumcised or not. That's the information that was provided to the public. After people complained about it, some dignity was provided to the person involved, but is there rules around? Have you now got rules in place to make sure that we don't need every detail of human anatomy in order to show that you found contraband?
Yeah.
Particularly if people can be identified?
Yeah, look,
I mean, I have
we
a
do
picture here, I don't wanna
identify
hold it up, but-
identify images for training and education materials, which would cover the image that you're talking about.
This
But,
one was released to the public. It was put on social media by your department.
Yeah, look, and this is a new area for us, and we probably maybe need to be more circumspect in the materials we release. I think we would agree.
I mean, I
If
get
it
that
is
you
as
want
you
to show,
described it, absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah.
but the public doesn't need to
Yeah,
know
totally.
that about each person, particularly if they can be identified. I'm out of time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Could I just ask, in the intake, the prisoner intake, what are your guarantees, particularly Commissioner, that people with disabilities are being identified on their intake? What are the procedures, and are you satisfied at this point?
Yes, well, not only do we have our staff, go through an intake process, we also have Justice Health staff. So if there was someone with a particular disability that required special treatment in the system, then I'd be very confident that Justice Health staff would be able to identify that and provide us with, as Assistant Commissioner Taylor referred to this morning, the notification form from Justice Health to advise us of those issues.
And so, are you? Can you what is when you say what is the skill set that's there assessing look? And I'm not. The reason I bring this up is there's been studies and I think the most recent coroner's report is questioning some of these things about whether we are identifying thoroughly enough. And this is actually the only reason I'm asking is what are we doing to try and make things better? Because clearly there's gaps and people are slipping through, and I know it's a complex system. So I think the first real point of inquiry is what is the skill set that we're relying on in that early intake to identify people with disability and underlying conditions?
Well, we have Justice Health have nurses that would be engaged in that process, but we also have a corrective services statewide disability service that provides training. It's got specialist staff which provide advice and training to staff and external stakeholders, and basically also provide training to staff in terms of management of inmates with disabilities. They also liaise with the National Disability Insurance Agency as well on release for referrals. So we do have part of the agency looking after that, as well as the support we get from Justice Health.
And can I ask, how often, and by how often is that training taken up? Is that something that is regular, ongoing training? Is it a one-off? Is it all staff, intake staff that do that, or?
I might hand over to
Sure.
Assistant Commissioner Galesis.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks.
So I guess just to go back one step, so when people come into custody, they are screened by our intake screening officers, and there are a number of questions that are asked that are designed to provide an indication of whether or not somebody has a sensory, physical or cognitive disability, and then that will trigger a referral for a specialist assessment. So that could be to a psychologist for a cognitive assessment, or our services and programs staff can undertake sensory assessments or assessments of acquired brain injury, and then that, depending on the assessment of that, which is ratified by our statewide disability service, there'll be an alert put on our offender information system so that everybody in the system is aware of the specific disability for each inmate. And then services are provided in line with the person's disability.
And what about, so does some of the, I'm referring to some of the case studies where, we think people have fallen through the gaps. So if somebody's condition actually requires or has a dietary component to it, and it's, it's significant and that link's made in terms, particularly if it's a bowel issue, that sort of thing, does our system then provide for assisting people with their dietary requirements?
It does, yeah. I might refer that to Assistant Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. So, corrective services industries produce all the meals, almost 14 million meals in the system, and that covers all sorts of diets, including religious diets, therapeutic diets that deal with allergies and particular health needs. So if Justice Health identified a particular nutrition need because of someone's health, we have a kitchen that's down in Goulburn that deals with those specific diets, and any needs that are health related or religiously related, a special meal is made for those inmates and distributed to them.
And so if somebody gets transferred or moved, is that information passed on? Is it speedy enough? Do you think the system is kind of in real time, or is there a process of sort of catch up? I realise, looking at the magnitude and the scale of the system.
So from a disability service perspective, it's recorded on our central information system, so it follows the person everywhere they go. So whichever centre or whichever area they're accommodated in, staff will have access to that information all the time.
And are you satisfied? You think that it's pretty much followed? That's
the same for nutrition, particularly allergies can be life-threatening if someone gets something, a meal that can change allergens. So and particularly religious diets as well. It's important that the people that need a particular meal receive that. So we keep all those meals ready on hand.
Thank you. Do we have facilities that are disabled purposed? Like, are there facilities across the state where if somebody has particular physical or high physical disability needs, do we have facilities that can house them?
Do you want to say?
Yes, we do. So we have the ASU. What does that stand for? The Additional Support Unit at Long Bay, and it's a beautiful little area. It's where inmates with a disability housed separate as a separate cohort, and throughout the system we, depending on inmates' disability, we have a number of accessible cells. If someone has a physical disability but they're otherwise able to be housed with a mainstream cohort, then those arrangements may be in place to place them, with a mainstream cohort with particular infrastructure, selections for their particular disability.
And is your experience that we are? I suppose I'm referring to the fact that we've known for some time that disabled people with disability are another cohort that is overrepresented in the system. Do you find at that operational level, is your experience that we are able to provide, or are we in a position where we're not keeping up with the need at this point?
In terms of providing the right facilities for people that present with a disability, that's not on our radar as being insufficient. One cohort which isn't a disability, but it's a cohort, aged and frail inmates. We have an ageing inmate population that reflects somewhat the community. So we are repurposing more areas across the system to house that cohort that have greater mobility issues to do with their age and their frailty. In the next couple of months, we will be repurposing, I think it's 38 beds at the MRRC to deal with the to deal with fresh receptions who may be aged or frail, so we can, provide for their specific, mobility and other needs to do with their age and frailty.
And so if if somebody feels like if a family feels like their family member is not being accommodated in the best possible way for their condition, what's the best mechanism? What's the best thing they can do to draw that to attention and try and get remedy? Is it coming to someone like me, so we write to you, or is it coming straight to you? What's the best process?
Often just getting in touch with the governor of the facility would be the best process. If they don't have the capability within that facility, then they can talk to staff that work in the offender management and programs area, and get that person moved to a more appropriate location.
And is your system that you believe the governor that's the best place for, or is there any check and balance on that, or measure or accountability to see whether those complaints are being dealt with? Or
I guess they're not a complaint; they're just asking for appropriate treatment. So, yes, I would see the governor as the person who would be best placed to deal with that in their facility.
Thank you. And if there's a complaint, or a communication made to Justice Health, do you become aware of those? Is that something that's in your system and on your radar, or do you treat that as something very different?
Well, generally, we work very, very closely with Justice Health. So, if they had an issue with the provision of service to a particular person with a disability, they would be speaking to us, either at the facility level or at the more senior level.
How many messages, concerns, complaints, records are made to you? Just give us a wild estimate. How many are made to you or your governors about people with disability? In need of assistance, or not having what they believe.
I personally don't get a huge amount. I get complaints from people about placement generally, as opposed to they want to go to another facility, or the parents would like them closer to them, or something of that nature. But in terms of disabilities, not a huge amount, but I have taken on notice in terms of the numbers that are coming through to governors or to senior personnel in the agency.
Okay, thank you. So probably just the last point on this really is, what is the chain of custody for that, that mechanism to make sure that people, I suppose I'm trying to say, so if somebody comes and says, our family member has got these needs and they're not, they're struggling and they're suffering, is there a way of looking at that systemically about how we might be addressing those needs for somebody, for the next person and the next person, or do we just treat these as isolated concerns? Or
not at all. As I mentioned before, we've got this statewide disability service whose whole focus is on delivering services to people with disabilities in the system. So, this is not a mechanism that only deals with an individual. It deals with system-wide issues. Anything else to add to that?
No.
And is it connected with the NDIS? Like, is there a relationship there with your systems and services and the NDIS?
Not directly, but staff in the statewide disability service play a key role in working with people in custody to help them get access to the NDIS. So they help them fill out the forms, get the paperwork ready to enhance their access to the NDIS, but the two systems don't communicate directly.
Okay.
But we do keep information on our system if somebody is registered with the NDIS and has access to services through that system. We keep that information, and we also assist people to get access through that process. And we work with providers as well in the community to make sure that they're as skilled and as equipped as possible to work with people with a disability coming out of custody. So we're engaged with the NDIS in a number of touch points in the process.
In the research at the moment, there's a suggestion that people with disability are kept in confinement, isolated confinement, at kind of quite high levels. Is that something? Do you have a particular practice around that, or a policy, or a procedure, and whether that is something we try and avoid?
There's no policy per se which says, we put everybody, with a disability in this area. No, they're definitely spread throughout the system.
Yeah, very much our preference is to make adjustments in normal placement, be that in protection area or in a normal cohort to support people's disability. If it's cognitive impairment, they may end up in that unit that I mentioned earlier. But where it's possible to make an adjustment within an existing wing, we house people with a disability in our normal wings, with appropriate adjustments in place.
And do you feel that correction staff, beyond intake, are appropriately trained to be dealing with people with disability? There's, there's a body of work that's suggesting that people incarcerated with a disability are more susceptible to instances of, intolerance and leading to bullying of those people
Yes.
by staff and others.
There is a vulnerability there that we have to be careful of, and that's where the placement issues come into play. We certainly have got very comprehensive assessments about whether people are going to be vulnerable if you put them into a mainstream environment, and consequently that's we are very careful about placement from that perspective.
I'll just add that there was a study published recently by Julian Troller from the University of New South Wales, and he actually found that Corrective Services New South Wales is actually better than health at identifying cognitive disability with people coming into the system. So I guess that indicates support for our processes and that we are actually quite good at detecting that at the reception process.
I think that was the similar study to the same study that found that there's high incidences of these people being kept in solitary confinement anyway. But yeah, well that is extremely good to know. So what about has the department, have you had to take any disciplinary action against anybody, or I know that definition can be quite broad, but any action against anybody that has been found within the system for perhaps unfairly or treating somebody with a disability?
I've not heard of any disciplinary action taken against anybody, but we can certainly take that one on notice because, we could be talking 10 or 20 years ago. I wasn't around then.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm
May have
talking
occurred.
perhaps more recently, well, when I say, in the last 5 years, I suppose, because it's just that the studies are finding that this is a tendency, but if there's no, if it's happening, but we're not addressing it and we don't have actual instances of addressing it, that would perhaps suggest that it's not
Detected,
yeah,
possibly.
yeah. And yeah, thank you. That would be good if we could know, because if it is happening, then obviously it's important that it is being addressed. And
Yes.
obviously, I don't want to know the names of anyone. And so, yeah, look, I think I'll stop there on those. Over to you guys, if you want to take over. Thanks. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm going to come back to the cultural issues with staff. I'm not going to rehash the stuff that we did this morning, but I do want to ask about a couple of things, including the most recent People Matter survey that was conducted across the department. But from reading this, a big chunk of the respondents were from corrections. Not most, but a large number, a large percentage. And there were quite a few concerns raised, including the fact that, I assume you've seen the review, all of you? Yep.
You're talking about the DCJ review?
Yep.
So this is, sorry?
It's just turned up.
Yeah, it's only just arrived.
Yeah, okay. So, a custodial services were the most respondents. So it's safe to say that some of the issues raised have come from corrections. One of the concerning things was that 48% only 48% of respondents felt that if they raised a grievance in their workplace that it would be handled in a fair manner, which is a drop since the last time. So, look, following up from the stuff that I asked about earlier, and I know that there's a report due, but that's a pretty crazy figure. Less than half of the staff who've responded.
It's not a
feel like it'll be dealt
report.
with.
You know, we're actually looking at what we can do about that and how we can address that and how we can make that, a very different landscape going forward in the future. So,
What are the things that will do that? Not talking about the, although it probably is joined for some of the respondents, but specifically the workers' comp or harassment issues. But 48% of your staff who've responded to this feel like they just won't have their issues dealt with.
yes. Well, I think, what we're looking at going forward in the future is that providing skill sets for staff at the workplace at the front line, the managers at the front line, to be able to deal with these things very quickly and to get them out of the way. At the moment, there's a lot of referrals going through to our professional standards branch that take a long time to deal with. We are looking at ways in which we can have a much more efficient and effective delivery of service to staff who have a grievance or have a complaint about harassment or sexual harassment in the workplace.
So why is the stuff that goes to the professional standards branch taking so long? Is it not resourced enough? Are there too many complaints?
I have doubled the number of staff over the last 12 months there, but I think too many complaints coming forward and not enough being dealt with at the coalface. So one of the other things that the Secretary has been able to do for us is give us a whole range of HR business partners that will be out in the field helping managers deal with some of these issues. So we have a plan that we will be able to brief you on shortly. That we're really looking at making sure that we build the skill sets up of our managers in the field to deal with these issues as rapidly as possible and to get them resolved quickly. So I've been, as recently as last week, talking about this with the Executive Director of HR for DCJ to see if we can work together to come up with a strategy to really supercharge the way we deal with these sorts of things in the workplace.
And so, I assume, but, and again, not wait for the briefing for the details, but is this generally in terms of management training, so from governors down through executive teams inside of individual facilities to be able to manage people better,
Well, it's a whole,
to know where to send these kinds of issues?
It's a whole repertoire of strategies that we're going to be putting in place to support staff, to support managers, to have staff feel more confident to come forward. So we anticipate there'll be a lot more staff coming forward as well and reporting. So
that's a good thing.
Yeah,
we want this stuff to be flushed out.
Yeah,
so,
we want to have effective mechanisms for staff and support for staff who come forward as well.
Because as I referred to earlier,
that's right.
Certainly a big gap. So one of the other things that's concerning that has come up in this survey is that in the last 12 months, 19% of employees say that they were aware of misconduct in the organisation. 24% say they witnessed bullying, 16% say they experienced bullying, and 6% experienced sexual harassment. So these are just people who've bothered to complete the survey. So we've talked about the bullying and harassment stuff. I acknowledge that there's work being done on that, but I'm concerned that 19% of people say that they've witnessed misconduct.
How do you mean? What is it about?
I assume that would be something you'd want to be looking into. That's
concerning. It definitely is.
Staff are saying, without
we,
providing specific details.
We want staff to come forward and tell us about these things, but they need to feel confident that we're going to do something about it, and make sure that they're not they're not suffering any retribution for coming forward in the workplace. So these are the issues we'll be working on over the next 4 or 5 years to get this right. And we've got a big system. Yeah. We've got 6,500 people working in correctional centres, and another 6,000 working in other offices around the state. So there's a lot of work to be done. And but we've been listening to stuff. As you say, we did a lot of listening. We've done a lot of listening over the last couple of months to senior executives in the agency as well.
If I may just add, in respect to the PMES data and the report just released, I am looking right across the department, and clearly Corrections and Commissioner Corcoran and I are talking those results are very important. They're new. There are a couple of challenges for us. One is to look at the impact with something like engagement. We had the COVID period. We curiously had higher engagement during that period. It's come off slightly, and there are challenges specifically for corrective services, but there are challenges right through. So you'll be aware that one of the new measures in there pertains to burnout. But we don't have context on that. But the point I make is that please do not think that those results are in. They haven't been in for that long. We will, at granular level, be working through them very carefully, and also looking at how we can better, from the centre, from the corporate centre of DCJ, support corrective services where they have particular results which we wish to uplift in the next survey.
Yeah, and so how will you? I'm actually not sure if this. So is it? I don't know if this has been publicly released. It's obviously fallen off the back of truck today. So how will you get more specific information about the things that have been raised? Because
that's a good question. The board of DCJ, which is the deputy secretaries and the commissioner and myself, we meet and we are in the process. We've started doing it, but we'll be doing it with increasing detail. We'll do a number of deep drills into the data, and we'll choose the areas where we think there is a particular need to focus, and we will interrogate that data because we want to see those results move in the areas of concern next year.
Yeah, I think it's in everyone's interest. I mean, like I said, just short of 20% of people feel like they have reported that they've seen misconduct, but there's no, they don't seem to be reporting that. And I think I phrased it the wrong way around. It's 48% of people felt that their grievance would be handled. So in fact, it's 52% that feel that it won't. I mean, that's a very damning statistic. Both of those things are quite damning, but will both of you be drilling down into where this is, the details of where this is coming from? Because again, it's really serious stuff. People say they've seen misconduct. They don't feel there's anywhere to go. 52% of people feel like it won't be dealt with.
Can I say we've also conducted our own survey recently about how people feel about the organisation, and we had about 1,800 respond to it in about 2 weeks. So there's a depth of feeling out there, and we understand that, and that's why we're developing plans to deal with this. Sorry, Secretary.
No,
I
clearly am very comfortable with that, but I would
I'm just going to
add
re-ask that to the Commissioner. Can I have a copy of that survey?
I don't see. Well, the high level, you will see the high level response, shortly.
Okay.
I mean, I would want to be secretary of an organisation where, so clearly the truth is important, and having measures and surveys and instruments that tell the truth are important. I also want an organisation where people feel able to tell the truth. So although we will interrogate the data, clearly one of the, I think, really beautiful things about the PMES is it's entirely anonymised, and it's important that we have a culture that also allows for that.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, we need the follow-up because, as I've said, these are quite significant numbers, and as I've said, people certainly reach out to me with these concerns. The other one that sticks out is only 60% of respondents feel a sense of well-being, feel good about going to work. That's not great. And the integrity stuff, people saying that they've seen misconduct, it's important in every department, but it's particularly important in a department where they're responsible for overseeing people who have done the wrong thing and are paying the price for it. We need a very high level of integrity occurring in this area. But I look forward to seeing the results of both of these follow-ups from here. Where will I go next? I will go to some legal organisations have sent in a few questions, which I have promised that I will ask. Community legal centres and others. So one of the main complaints is that from across the state is that they feel as though they can't, in fact, more than feel, they're complaining that they can't get access to provide representation. They can't get access in a timely manner to their clients. I understand these questions have also been sent to you. They may have been sent to the minister.
I have regular
or
meetings
you.
to hear.
Yeah, I don't know if it's you or the minister,
so-
but so you might have already had a prepared answer, but I'm going to raise it because that's concerning. People are entitled to legal representation and access to that. Is there an issue?
Yeah, there is an issue. It was unfortunately, something that was happening during the COVID lockdowns, and the MRRC was, and Silverwater Women's were the epicentre of how we dealt with COVID. So unfortunately, those staff in MRR had to cope with people coming in off the street, isolating. If they were COVID positive, they had to work in those centres with full PPE, all day long. So it was very, very difficult. We tried to come up with other solutions, utilising mobile phones, which was, an innovation we thought might work. We had all sorts of trouble with signals and things of that nature. The local officers came up with another idea where they would have the phones that were normally attached to the walls, and then they get a big long cord and then wheel them around to the cells, which obviously they get a better signal then, with better conversation. So, look, we were trying absolutely everything, but you can imagine, how difficult it was for those staff trying to get around to individuals in cells, to provide them with that service when, when their legal officer, wanted to speak to them. We also, tried to put in place a situation where we had one single person that they could contact in the centre, then, and then try and get access to their clients. But it was incredibly problematic during that period. And, I just got to say that the officers at MRR and Silverwater Women's did a pretty magnificent job of trying to deal with it because, as I said, we were using those areas not only as the sort of hub for remand and reception, but also the hub for dealing with COVID positive inmates.
And so I understand the issues during COVID, but not that we're out of COVID yet, but it's a different situation now. Are these issues fixed? Are people able to have timely appointments with legal representatives?
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be a problem now. It certainly was, 3 or 4 months ago, but, from my perspective, my knowledge of what's happening there now, we've certainly pulled back on a huge number of restrictions in those facilities. So we should be in a position where people can get access to AVL and get access to phones, much more rapidly now.
Same issue's been raised about access to counselling. I talked about mental health support more generally earlier, but victim support services have raised with a number of legal representatives about the lack of access to counselling. Is that just a COVID issue? Is that now fixed, or a lockdown issue? Or
was it in any particular centre they were referring to?
Look, particularly relating to women, but it's a broad question about access, full stop.
Do you know anything about that?
I'm not aware of any limitations of counsellors getting access to correctional centres. I think there's generally pressure on having sufficient availability of counsellors for women who have been victims of violent crime or have got a trauma history, who are able to access those services. I think it's generally there's a lack of available counsellors who are willing and able to come into correctional centres rather than it being an issue at our end about not providing sufficient access.
Can I just suggest, and obviously whilst totally respecting the confidentiality, if there is additional information you can give to me, I'd be very, very happy to have a look at that. Very, very keen to double down and understand what is happening there.
Yep, I'm happy to do that. Can I ask? We talked about Emmy Plains this morning, but or briefly, and we've talked about it before. But the mothers and babies unit, what's happening? What are the plans?
Yeah, well, I'm
Review,
I'm very keen on making sure that facility is used to a much greater extent than it has been in the past. And the restrictions on it in the past have been it's like a minimum security area, so we can't be putting all sorts of classifications in there. So I've asked Assistant Commissioner Taylor to come up with a plan to rectify that. What we're trying to do is put a fence far enough out from the facility so it doesn't impact on the aesthetics. I've even asked for it to be painted in a certain colour so that it blends in with the background. What that will enable us to do is to put inmates of all classifications into that. So I'm hoping we can get up to that number of about 15 mothers with their children in that facility.
Okay, is there a timeline on that?
Timeline?
I'll take that one on notice. We are in the planning phase, but it's a funded project, so I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Can I just, one follow-up that I forgot to ask. Importantly, when we go back to the cultural issues, where did we get to with the inquiry into Bathurst?
So we, I better refer to my notes just to make sure that I get it absolutely correct here. Oh, here we go. So the independent review into the claims of allegations of inappropriate sexual conduct at Bathurst and Kirkconnell was, I think, commenced, here we go, in July 2022. So Jane Seymour, with the assistance of Kingston Reid, conducted interviews with complainants in Bathurst and attended a site visit of Bathurst with the Governor. In September 2022, following interviews with staff and a documentary review of relevant material, Ms Seymour and Kingston Reid provided their report to Corrective Services. So we're currently reviewing that report, but as a first step, we've commissioned a task force to address matters raised by the review, and that task force will be supported by Kingston Reid. So the task force is addressing issues concerning management's response to inappropriate sexual conduct. Obviously this sort of behaviour is unacceptable.
Yep.
And we're going to be doing everything possible to make sure that we have all the mechanisms in place to sort this out right across the system. We're also looking at bringing in another expert in bullying and harassment to do a more overarching review of the whole system. That person is an academic from South Australia who's one of Australia's leading experts in bullying and harassment.
Okay,
Dr.
so that's good.
Michelle
But the
Tuckey.
Bathurst report, so that was finalised in September. So when will we see action off the back of it? I get that these things need to be reviewed, but it's really serious.
No, we've commissioned a task force to take actions.
Okay, so what's that going to involve, and what's the timeline for that?
I think the timeline is, obviously there's a whole range of sensitivities associated with some of the allegations that are made. I would be reluctant to give you a timeline, but I've just been advised that because this was a preliminary report, the timeline would probably go into next year.
I mean,
for finalisation of the process.
I get that there's a lot of reviews going on and a lot of reports and a lot of work being done on fixing the culture, but I would want it to move faster when there's really serious allegations, serious assaults have happened in this workplace. We've got to have better than preliminary this and next year that. People are expecting proper results.
Well, as I said, there's a task force established and we'll work as quickly as we can with the legal firm that's been working with Jane Seymour.
Thank you. Mr. Tibble, could I just go back to, I know you were helping the Minister earlier to answer about the denial of the UN inspectors. Would you be so kind as to just elaborate what you were sort of getting at?
Can I, it may be helpful,
Yes.
Ms Higginson, if I talk quickly about the timeline with OPCAT.
Please, that is
And
exactly part of my inquiry.
Just a little bit of history, which I think does contextualise it. And I think there are in my mind, there are four critical dates in bringing OPCAT to life in Australia. And the first of those is that the Commonwealth signed OPCAT in 2009. The second is that OPCAT was ratified in December 2017. It was due to commence on the 20th of January 2022, but the Commonwealth sought an extension from the SBT for implementation, and it's now due to commence, as I indicated in my evidence this morning, on the 20th of January 2023. One of the key elements in bringing it to life, in operationalising OPCAT, is the creation of a national preventative mechanism. And from memory, the meeting of Attorneys General discussed the form that OPCAT would take, and in essence, what is being developed is a federated model for that mechanism. So, in respect of the corrective services facilities, that would be the Inspector of Custodial Services. Rolling forward to where the process is at now, the position, as stated, again in my evidence this morning, I referred to a letter of my predecessor, which issued to the Commonwealth on the 21st of February 2020, which set out that and clearly I should stress, although I think it's been stated, that New South Wales' position is supportive of the principle of OPCAT. The issue is, as set out in that correspondence, is around the difficulties of overcoming operational issues or ensuring that there is appropriate agreement on the operational issues which need to be resolved, and second, the issue of funding. Ms Higginson, what I should also say, notwithstanding the publicity around this in recent days, I am communicating with the Secretary of the Commonwealth Attorney General's Department with a view to seeking to resolve the funding issues particularly, but that is something that does need to be worked through by the government in New South Wales. So the work on the costings is proceeding, and that clearly is work which is crucial. But the work by the various agencies impacted is being undertaken.
Thank you. So do you think that it will be resolved by January 2023 from where operationally?
I don't believe that is a decision for government, and I don't believe that I'm
able to answer
in
that.
a position
can.
to respond to
forward
that
No,
question.
I realise that. So, sorry, I should rephrase that. Will the department and the service have presented everything that's required to the minister before 2023?
I have been asked and required by government to be doing that work or coordinating that work, and that work is well and truly underway.
Thank you. And operationally, do you see that, have you identified that there are specific security issues that would need to be overcome? That was one of the reasons presented. And can I just premise that with, it's been a bit inconsistent as to the reasons, and I think today we've got more concrete reasons as to why there was a denial to of access. But do you, from the operation, and this may be a question to the Commissioner, I'm not sure, but are there particular security issues in terms of allowing inspectors to come into the system and do their job?
Look, I know, even though I'm not a very commissioner-like figure, that there are always primacy of security in entering or visiting a facility. Always is something which needs to be carefully arranged and planned and proceduralised, and that, of course, is the Commissioner's role in issuing in the issuance of Commissioner's directions.
Yeah, we conduct security checks of people coming in, and generally people are polite enough to tell us, when they're coming in. Unannounced visits by people we've never seen before, not something that we would normally contemplate.
But you will when the systems are used, so is the answer that we will never cooperate with this, or that we will at some point in the future? Given this is I think everybody out there realises that one of the purposes and the design and structure of the sort of random visits is inbuilt in part of the transparency and accountability mechanism that the UN seeks to report on. Is that something that we will be participating in?
As I've indicated, New South Wales has supported and is supportive of the principles of OPCAT. In terms of the operational issues as opposed to the funding issues, the more difficult issue is that of funding, in that the New South Wales position, which has been clearly stated, is that it will cost. It is an agreement that was ratified by the Commonwealth, and the state of New South Wales seeks to be funded for that purpose.
Okay, so just to be clear, with this particular delegation, where was the Commissioner, did you advise that we don't have the security capacity to let them in at this point in time, or was it the Minister who said no, they won't be allowed in at this point of time?
No, as I said to you, if we have people turning up to correctional centres, then we would normally do security checks, criminal history checks, etc. So we don't allow random people turning up to facilities unannounced to enter our facilities. That's our protocol at the moment. There are certain groups that can come along, such as the Inspector of Custodial Service, who can come along and have a random visit. That they've all been checked out. But just random people turning up at a facility unannounced, we're not going to allow that sort of thing to happen.
Is it fair to say UN inspectors are just random people that rock up?
We don't know who they are.
Okay.
We've not conducted any checks on them.
Can I assist the committee further by indicating that this, as I've said, was a visit in anticipation of something which hasn't yet happened, which is the go live of the arrangement. And I think a key point in all of this is that the Inspector of Custodial Services, if it were in fact the national... Correct, that's where I'm about to... Yes, so there are issues of whoever was to have a role in the ongoing arrangements needing to be resourced for that purpose. So I think the point I make is for the purpose of supervising the OPCAT, it's not as if there'll be inspectors flying in. There'll be a homegrown instrument used or capability for that purpose, and it needs to be appropriately resourced so that that can occur, i.e. funded and resourced.
Thank you. Can I just ask, sorry, just for clarity, Commissioner, was it you or was it somebody else that advised that the security was an issue and we couldn't let these people in?
Well, I can advise that unless people are authorised to come into a correctional centre, we won't let them in. That's the reason they were not permitted to enter our correctional centres.
And there was no sort of
It
checking.
was unannounced. You know, as the Secretary said, this was a preliminary visit. This wasn't, you know, the normal OPCAT arrangements. These were supposed to be preliminary visits. And you would have thought that somebody would have told us who was coming, when they were coming. This was not something, you know, this is not in accordance with their mandate to have unfettered access to any facility in the country. This was a preliminary visit to just move around the country and have a look at what was going on. That's our understanding. And so there was no notification to me that who was coming, when they were coming, and that would just be a normal protocol for anybody else.
So just to be clear then, there was no, so you were notified and then there was nobody took steps to sort of authorise them?
The first time I heard that something was happening was when our staff members were ringing saying there's these people purporting to be UN delegates coming, demanding to enter the Queanbeyan court cells.
And then, so then there was no steps to sort of facilitate that or authorise that. I think that's the...
Well, as I said, we would normally go through a process of doing criminal history checks on individuals coming into our facilities. Mm-hmm. That didn't happen. We weren't notified. So consequently, they weren't permitted to visit.
But you do understand, sorry, just to be clear, you do understand the very purpose and need of these particular inspections to perhaps be a bit random and, you know, for things to be able to be seen by the inspectors as they would be if nobody knew the inspectors were actually coming in advance. That's
that's fine. If the mechanism was in place, if we knew who it was that were coming in to visit our facilities on a random basis unannounced, that's fine. Because that's what happens with the Inspector Custodial Services.
And we expect that may be in place after next year or when the government sorts it out and gets things organised.
Yes, and there are things, though, that will need to be worked out. And I'll give you but one example. The role of the Inspector for Custodial Services as the NPN, that would need to be, to overcome issues of conflict, that would need to not be funded by DCJ. So the arrangements around this and the detail are important for the process to have integrity and independence. It may also be helpful for the committee to know, just for completeness, that there were discussions that ensued in the week before the visit. So it wasn't just that the party arrived. There had been discussions, and it's always been very clear that the matters of resolution of the operational issues and the funding are, from the position of New South Wales, immutable.
Okay, thank you. And is there, and so in terms of the costing, which I understand is very significant, and the Premier's made that point publicly as well, that it is the costing, is that something that, are you aware, Mr. Tibble, have we got that figure?
That is work on foot. I am very close to that process. That work is on foot now, actively on foot.
Even though we ratified in 2017. I understand the world has been in a bit of chaos as well since then.
If I can just respectfully add, though, that the NPM arrangements they were subject to discussion by the meeting of Attorney Generals, which took place in August. So yes, it's been a long, slow process, but there have, at a federated level, and a national level been a lot of discussions that have been on foot, and it was in recognition of those that the final commencement date for OPCAT was postponed to the 21st of, from memory, January 20th of January 2023, which is the date when it is set to commence proper.
Can I just go back to the Commissioner's point that they rocked up on the 22nd at Queanbeyan? It was actually reported by the New South Wales Government publicly on the 18th that we were not going to let access happen. So we knew in advance.
So why did they turn up?
Well, to exercise their functions naturally. They're inspectors from wherever they've come from as part of a UN delegation.
It was a preliminary visit.
And clearly they were being good, tenacious UN officials that we would hope they would be doing elsewhere in other countries that sign up. And I suppose, given the conversation earlier about the fact and the admission that our facilities don't even meet our own standards, perhaps there's something in that, and perhaps as we all work in good faith to facilitate the UN inspection under this incredibly important United Nations framework, that we will get somewhere better for next time, and whatever random inspection it is. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Tibble, for being so thorough about this. Can I just ask, moving to another topic, in terms of our focus, our rehabilitation focus, are you satisfied? So there's significant issues about people held on remand not being able to access programs and people being held for quite long periods of time. Is there anything that we are doing as Corrections and Justice to try to remedy this in terms of people having access to programs?
Yeah, it is definitely something that we are doing, and we've got one of our correctional facilities, the John Moroney Correctional Centre, which is predominantly remand centre, has a suite of programs that we offer remand inmates. We also give them a 5-day induction process, so we understand what their needs might be when they're potentially released back into the community on bail, a few weeks after the entry into that facility. So we've also got a significant employment industrial program going on in that facility as well, which is not normally the case with remand. So, we are experimenting with what we can do better with remand inmates. Do you want to add to that, Jen?
Thanks, Commissioner. I will add that there are some challenges in providing our traditional rehabilitation programs to people on remand because they're generally offence related. So the programs are focused on the offences that people have committed and the specific drivers of that offending behaviour. When people are on remand, they haven't been convicted of their offences, so we can't deliver our traditional suite of programs. But we do have some adapted programs for people on remand. So we offer a domestic violence program for people on remand and an addictions program for people on remand. So they carefully don't require people to admit to an offence or address specific offending behaviours, but they can help people to address substance abuse issues or patterns of behaviour around domestic violence and also understanding ADVO orders as well. So we do offer those programs. As the Commissioner said, it is an area of interest for us. We're looking at how we can expand programs and services to people on remand.
And if I may add a sentence, and that is that clearly within DCJ, recognising that there is this ability to look at some of the levers and the interdependence of one part of the system with the other. It's not in order for me today to repeat things like the evidence that the Attorney General gave to his estimates hearing, but clearly there is a need for tight coordination for the policy levers and all of the levers of the justice system and the support services to be coordinated, and that is a very real focus of the department, but clearly it is very, very challenging work.
And of course, at the moment, recently we have made some legal changes to bail, and we're in certain circumstances we've reduced the flexibility of the court, and we've actually mandated that bail has to be refused. Is that something that the system at your side of it has taken into account, and is that something that you've had to plan for in terms of more people being on remand, and how we can? Have you factored that into your system?
Well, we've certainly got sufficient remand beds in our system to cater for, considerably more remand inmates if required. We do take that into account when we do our planning. Our plan for the next 20 years will be looking at, what will be the mix of remand and sentenced and where they come from. At the moment we've got about 60% of our population come from the metropolitan area, and we've got about 60% of our beds in regional areas. So it does make it difficult to make sure that we put people in the right place, which also makes it difficult for remand, because the bulk of the remands are happening in the metropolitan area. We're constantly having to, send people off to other areas to await court appearances.
Thank you.
Just before I ask, I might.
We've got 10 minutes. Are you
Yeah.
happy to go for?
If people don't mind, if you want to just skip the break and I can just run through, it's really going to be 10 minutes or so, and then we won't have to come back. Well, it's up to you, but.
You've got 10 more minutes.
Oh, I mean, thereabouts, but otherwise we break at 3:30 and then we'll have to come back. But I'm happy to put some stuff on notice if I could just finish off the last lot of.
I'm happy for us to take an early mark if everyone is.
If people are comfortable with that, rather than having to come
Very
back.
comfortable.
Stick around till 5:30.
You're done, are you? Or you've got?
I've got lots more, but I'm happy to put on. I'm happy to do supplementary.
There's a few things that I just want to do here, but I promise I won't go for
Let's do
an
it.
hour or whatever. But so it's in everyone's interest, right?
These guys, staff.
And what about your questions?
Well, we'll see how we go.
Watch this space.
I just want to do one follow-up question based on a story that has just appeared online in relation to, I just asked some questions about, in fact, I'm better timed than this, but deaths in custody. And in fact, it's now been reported that there were 2 over the last couple of days. Does that included in, I think, from memory, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, you reported 6 in this year. Does that make it the 2 over the last couple of days part of that 6 or 8?
That's a question I asked this morning. I'll just confirm. The answer is yes. It does include those.
It includes
deaths.
those?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. So I just I'm going to just come back to the community corrections questions I was raising before the lunch break. I want to just get some information about up-to-date numbers for people, first of all, who are on community corrections orders. Hopefully you've got some sort of breakdown, or you can take it on notice, but...
So in terms of the numbers of people on the different types of orders, I do have those for 21-22. Is that what you're seeking?
More up to date than that.
In terms of more up-to-date figures, I would need to take that on notice.
Yeah, that's fine. I think the most recent published ones are up to March, so but that's what I've got. So what have you got between then and now? Yep. So if you can give it to me broken down by the types of orders.
Sure, we can do that by intensive corrections orders, community corrections orders, conditional release orders, and parole.
Yes, please. And if you can do it by gender and Aboriginal people as well. Can I just ask, I think it's Boxer, that have recently reported about some results in this space. One of the things that they've reported on is a completion rate of 78%. What's happening with the people who aren't completing these orders? Are they breaching, ending up in prison? What's going on with the 78%?
Yes, that's what would be happening. For those people that aren't completing their orders, they would be being breached.
Okay, so as I asked before, just of the minister in terms of this, I understand that in 2018 we did have some flexibility, change the laws around giving some flexibility for people on these types of orders. But I am hearing that from people in the sector that there are far too many occasions where people are breaching and it's reported through but nothing's happening. I want these things to work, so I'm just interested to get some information from you about what's happening there. Is there a process
I have
in
to
place?
say I am also concerned in terms of that feedback that you're receiving. Within community corrections, we actually have a very strong policy framework in relation to how we deal with breaches. So we manage all individuals in line with the conditions of their orders. There are some breaches that are considered to be mandatory breaches. So in those instances, we need to report those breaches to the State Parole Authority. And then the State Parole Authority determines what response they will take to that. And in terms of those orders, they are parole orders and intensive corrections orders. So instances where a breach is mandatory includes where we can't contact an offender or their whereabouts are unknown, where the offender is actually charged with or convicted with a new offence. And in terms of how we find out about those instances, that information is transferred from the police system, so the COP system, through to our OIMS system. So we get notified about those particular occurrences on a regular basis.
So it should automatically get picked up.
That's
right?
exactly
so if you're
right.
On an
That's
order,
exactly right.
You picked up by the police for breaking the law again, it should automatically be flagged in the system, and then what should happen from there? So some of them have to be reported to the Parole Authority?
That's exactly right. And the third area, which is a mandatory breach, is where someone tampers or removes their electronic monitoring tag. And in those particular instances, electronic monitoring of offenders under orders in the community is managed through our electronic monitoring room. So they would notify the local office that the tag has been tampered with or removed. And again, in those instances, community corrections officers must submit a breach report to the State Parole Authority. So they're our mandatory breaches. And then with the legislative reforms that occurred 2017-18 with how we manage people on parole and on ICOs, there are also discretionary breaches. So that's where an officer can make a decision about how to respond to a more minor breach. And a more minor breach might be something like the person under supervision hasn't turned up to a scheduled appointment with a drug and alcohol counsellor, and we find out about that. So that's not a mandatory breach, but what would usually occur in those instances, and again, this is really clearly outlined in policy, is that the community corrections officer would need to have a discussion with their team leader about that in terms of how to respond. And in terms of the framework or what a community corrections officer needs to do, there are a few options available to them as well. So they can record the breach and take no action. So they can actually have a conversation with the person and say, you really need to be attending your appointments. It's really important in terms of looking at supporting you to reintegrate back into lawful community life. So they would have that conversation with the person that they're supervising. They can issue them a warning. So, if they've missed a couple of appointments, they can escalate their response and actually issue them with a warning. They can also give them a reasonable direction. Again, if it escalates in seriousness and the offender hasn't responded appropriately, they can issue them a reasonable direction, or they can impose a curfew in certain circumstances as well. So as I've outlined, our breach framework is really comprehensive. We manage it very well in terms of the quality assurance framework that we have. So every community corrections officer is supervised by a team leader. We have 4 community corrections officers to 1 team leader. Team leaders are supervised by managers. Managers report to their directors, and certainly in terms of community corrections directors, they've got a very, very strong focus on governance and ensuring compliance with all community corrections policy. And in terms of where breaches are actually discretionary, there is also guidance provided in the legislation and in policy in terms of how community corrections officers should respond. So things that they consider are things like, what is the impact on the community of the offender's a breach, if it's a minor breach? What impact is it having? Whether the person is actually being generally compliant, and this is just an aberration. What other measures they can put in place to protect community safety. They may need to provide the particular individual with some extra support or require additional reporting. And the last thing that's available to them is whether they actually need to go back to the State Parole Authority and ask for a variation of a condition of an order. So, for example, if someone has been required as a condition of their order to attend a residential rehabilitation program and that's no longer relevant, the community corrections officer can go back to the State Parole Authority. So I'm really confident that with the legislation and with our policy framework, that is very sound. So if you are receiving advice that there are staff who are non-compliant.
Well, no, I'll put it in a different way. I think community corrections officers do a terrific job. My issue is not, I think the discretion, I've not had any complaints about how people exercise that judgment, I guess, and that discretion. What I've had feedback on is when they have formed a view that things should be dealt with in a different way, that's not necessarily always being supported. I'm happy to give you some better details offline, but it's not the discretion that's being misused, that's never been reported to me. It's the next step. So all of that information that you've just given is really helpful, but perhaps, so what is the next step then if an officer feels as though something needs to be reported formally, what's the process there?
Are you talking...
Other than the mandatory ones?
Are you talking specifically about a breach report being submitted to the State Parole Authority?
No, not when it's mandatory, but perhaps you might assist me if there's a place in between those two things. But certainly I've had no complaints or issues with that discretion being misused. It's whatever the next stage is.
I think what you're referring to is an officer makes a report to the State Parole Authority recommending a particular course of action, and then the State Parole Authority may or may not follow that course of action, and I would say that is a matter for the State Parole Authority.
Okay. And that's what I will follow up. Thank you. They do a good job. I wanted to just, if I could, get a breakdown on the staff numbers that you have, so full-time, part-time. And
Yes.
How many officers have you got across the state?
At the moment, I do have those figures. I'll just locate them. Sorry, I'm struggling to locate those precise figures. I do have them. So at the moment, the total full-time equivalent staffing in community corrections is 1,807 approximately staff. And I can give you a breakdown as well in terms of full-time equivalents.
Yep.
So our community corrections officers, including our seniors, we have 987 and a half. Our team leaders, we have 268 team leaders. We've got 32 community engagement and cultural officers, and this includes 27 Aboriginal identified roles. In terms of our administrative assistants, we have 144 and a half. Our grade 3-4 administrative staff, a large portion of those actually supervise our administrative officers. We have approximately 94. In terms of our grade 9-10 managers, we have 48, and our grade 11-12 managers, we have 37. And we have 196 other roles, and those roles would be staff in central office, in our strategic operations team, and in our strategy team.
And how many officers? not officers, offices.
Offices.
Have you got?
That's a tricky question. We have over 60 community corrections officers.
Okay, I'm just noting the time there. Did you want to continue? Because
I do. I've just got one more series of questions, which is really quick.
All
and
right.
then I'm happy to put stuff on notice.
All right.
And that is just in relation to reoffending rates. So I'll see if I can wing it without finding my paperwork. But the Premier's priority is still in place, even with the change of Premier, for reducing reoffending rates, and we're not doing that. So that's a whole of government response rather than just corrections, but I want to hear from your perspective what's not working.
So, I'm just wondering who you're addressing your question to. Right?
Yep, you, Commissioner, and then the Secretary.
I should have said Jen, actually.
Both of you, but either one can go first.
Yeah, so the target was set in the Premier's priority for reduction of 5% by 2023. And the baseline year, the percentage was 26.8%. So we had to reduce the thing by 5% from that baseline. So the measure is actually the proportion of adult offenders released from custody who have a proven personal property or serious drug offence in the 12 months post-release. And we've had 8 successive reductions in that reoffending rate over those 8 or those last couple of years. So that's each quarter. So at this stage, it's tracking reasonably well. I think the data in the last 12 months was we're at. Well, actually, I might just refer to Jen because she's much more of an expert in explaining this than I am.
Thanks, Commissioner. So I think I'd probably challenge the assertion that we're not doing well. So the former Premier announced this priority in early 2019, and we set a baseline for the end of 2017. That was our baseline year. And between that baseline and the announcement of the Premier's priority, the rate of reoffending actually increased by about 20%. So we went from a baseline of 26.8% to up to 29.9% when the Premier's priority was announced. Since that time, since the priority was announced, and we have developed our reducing reoffending strategy and implemented those strategies, as the Commissioner said, we've had a continuous downward trend in the rate of reoffending. And in fact, if we'd set the baseline target for the beginning of 2019, we would have achieved that target. We've had a 5% reduction. So
how do you factor COVID into that? Genuine question, because rates were affected by people's conditions of having to stay at home and all kinds of other things. So how will that be factored in terms of what has to be reported for next year?
We started to see the reduction in reoffending prior to COVID, about 15 months prior to COVID, and the trend has continued. So there may be some effect of COVID and effect on policing practices, but it's still in line with the trend that we're observing from the beginning of the implementation of our reducing reoffending strategy. So with this strategy, we did take a very holistic approach, a multi-level approach. We're really trying to address the rehabilitative culture that's been talked about a couple of times here, creating rehabilitative environments. We've modified the way we deliver our programs and services so that they're much more targeted to those highest risk people. So we're not spreading those resources across a broader population. We're really targeting those people who are at the highest risk of reoffending. We're delivering services to people with complex needs, people with serious mental illness, and women in custody with children. And we've also got our digital technology strategy. So the rollout of the tablets, the creation of the alcoves, and our capacity to continue to deliver programs and services even during interruptions like COVID. So because of that multi-level approach, we've achieved success in terms of the Premier's priority. And as I said, if it wasn't for that continued increase from the baseline to the announcement of the priority, we would have achieved the target. And not only have we achieved a 5% reduction since the Premier made the announcement, but we were able to arrest that continuous increase in the rate of reoffending and achieve consistent decrease since 2019.
Thanks. I think I'm happy to put everything else on notice.
Okay, thank you, and I will too. So thank you, government officers, for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. And on behalf of the committee, may I also thank your staff behind, who I know work incredibly hard to make today possible and to assist all of you people to look as good as you do. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.